Chapter 1183. The white flames burned, but just as Demon Lotus life force was about to be extinguished, it disappeared. Demon Lotus heart turned cold as she stared at Zhong Shou with a venomous gaze. Just now, she only hoped that she could die from the white flames. However, Zhong Shou stopped at the right time and used the source life spirit breathing technique to help her recover. However, this wasn't out of kindness. He was preparing to torture her once more after her injuries healed. Warm spiritual energy flowed through her meridians. It was like a clear spring after a long drought, nourishing the damaged land. Demon Lotus didn't feel any warmth at all. Instead, she was shocked and terrified. Zhong Shou, you demon! You lunatic! There will be a day when this old lady will kill you. I will eat your flesh and wipe out your entire race, she scolded out. At this moment, she only hoped that she could anger Zhong Shou and end her life. This saint monarch seemed to be too weak to stand up to a gust of wind and had a gentle temperament. However, his methods of torturing people were simply endless. He was even more demonic than the people of the demon path. Zhong Shou didn't care at all, temporarily letting Demon Lotus go. He turned around and asked Qi Hongyi, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. How do I solve this demon-swallowing hell seal? The demon-swallowing hell seal was brought to the cloud world by Li Bieshue and Xingxie. Although there are many factions, they are still the same. If you want to solve this technique, you have to kill Wushang Yuan demon and cause him to be destroyed. First, you have to help Su Xiaoxiao rebuild her soul and foundations. The last method is to search for the demon-swallowing hell seal technique that Li Bieshue passed down 17,000 years ago. Then, you have to study the Tao. Qi Hongyi's face was really calm. Although he was being tortured, he was still able to take it. He wasn't as crazy as Demon Lotus. That's all I know. If you have balls, then give me a quick death. Zhong Shou kept silent for a moment before stabbing down. The white flames charged into Qi Hongyi's body. Immediately, a miserable shriek that sounded like it came from a cave echoed through the corridor, causing the rubble to fall and collapse continuously. Chu Shui watched from the side and felt her hair stand on end. She didn't care about these two people. They deserved it for making Su Xiaoxiao like this. However, he knew that something was wrong with Zhong Shou's situation. If this continued, it would definitely damage his primordial spirit and Tao heart, causing flaws to appear. Suddenly, Chu Shui's heart skipped a beat. She tried to persuade him. Young master, it's useless for you to torture them now. Sister Su's situation isn't good. I think we should return to common people's vast habitat and find Senior Master Xian Shuang to save her. Only then did Zhong Shou's expression change slightly. There was a hint of struggle in his eyes. Immediately after, another sword fiercely pierced into Han Qing's body, causing a miserable shriek to ring out once again. When it came to Han Qing, he did not even bother to ask him a single question. Instead, he immediately began to torture him. At this moment, Chu Shui's expression changed slightly. She waved her hand and a five-colored glow protected the Xian eyes. Her eyes were filled with anxiousness. Young master, this small world is about to collapse. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. At that time, Shui might not be able to protect Sister Su. In that short moment, numerous black cracks formed in the void and crazily spread all about. This caused even more rubble to collapse in the underground corridor. Zhong Shou hesitated once more, his eyes slowly becoming clearer. He scoffed coldly and a sword light wrapped around, slicing off the heads of the three people around him. Then, he hollered furiously, his voice shaking all about, venting the remaining rage and vengeance in his chest. Chu Shui's face instantly drained of blood. The situation seems a little off. Zhong Shou also sensed something. He wanted to bring Chu Shui and Su Xiaoxiao to teleport away from this small world. They wanted to leave the Qin Emperor tomb through the World River and avoid the chaos caused by the small world shattering. However, the moment he attacked, Su Xiaoxiao was forcefully pulled back by a certain power such that they couldn't leave. At the same time, the space in this underground corridor was also unusually stable. Even if he went all out, he could only open up a crack. One had to know that his instant space technique was strengthened by the Xian increasing law containing wings. His control of space had increased by at least several times. He wasn't much weaker than those End Realm Saint Venerables. The dragon formation was already destroyed, and it didn't have the ability to lock down space anymore. Even then, he was unable to teleport the three of them out. Why is that so? Zhong Shou felt a little regretful. To torture demon Lotus Han Qing and vent his rage, he had wasted too much of his time. Suddenly, he was shocked and looked into the distance. One could see a few streaks of dragon energy swirling in the air. They were wrapped up in ocean-like essence energy. Zhong Shou was stunned and knew the rough reason. However, this was the essence energy that should have surged into the lowest layer of the tomb. At this moment, 70% of it changed direction and surged towards Su Xiaoxiao. Even the remaining 30% was following the inertia brought about by the impact of the tide, and was also turning. The blue fire Xian turtle was frightened and retracted its head and limbs into its shell. Chu Shui's face changed. The aura was so strong that even an End Realm's full-strength strike couldn't compare to it. Moreover, she also knew that it was useless to stop it now. It is a spiritual formation. Zhong Shou reacted right away. This should have been due to the formation that was maintaining Su Xiaoxiao's life force. If the dragon formation wasn't destroyed, such a thing wouldn't have happened. However, at this moment the small world collapsed. The dragon energy and essence energy lost their guidance, and faced the artifact formation that was inches away. Naturally, they all gathered towards Su Xiaoxiao. Zhong Shou's face was covered in cold sweat. The 9 top celestial artifacts were the foundations of Su Xiaoxiao's heart and couldn't be easily moved. However, if they allowed the dragon energy and essence energy to strike, Su Xiaoxiao wouldn't be able to take it and her body would explode. Thousands of thoughts flashed across his mind, but they were all rejected by Zhong Shou. The ideas that he could think of couldn't solve the situation in front of him. At this moment, he hated the person who destroyed the Shanhe Hall to the bone. In the end, he had an idea and Zhong Shou hesitated. Half a breath later, he gritted his teeth. With a flash, he was above the blue fire Xian turtle. Shui, take care of it. He waved his sleeves and released Xiaori, Xiaoye, Little Gold, and Hanshi. In a moment, he might not be able to split his attention and could only rely on the protector beast and Chu Shui to protect him. Zhong Shou used a palm to melt the Xian ice and helped Su Xiaoxiao up. Then, he sat cross-legged within the artifact formation. Then, he let the unconscious Xiaoxiao sit face to face on his legs. Chu Shui looked on from the side and instantly understood. What Zhong Shou was using was obviously a dual cultivation technique. He used his body as a barrier to remove other abnormal auras and lead pure life essence energy into Su Xiaoxiao's body. She knew that she shouldn't look, but Shui still sneaked a glance at where the two of them intersected. At this moment, Zhong Shou had already kissed her lip. There wasn't any desire, but Chu Shui's face was still red. It was really erotic, however. She knew that Su Xiaoxiao was fine. Chu Shui heaved a sigh of relief. However, following this, she started to worry for Zhong Shou. No. Such a vast amount of profound qi was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Her expression changed once more. Chu Shui saw Zhong Shou's skin tear open and blood spurt out, covering hundreds of feet. At this moment, Zhong Shou also felt a knife-like pain all over his body. The essence energy that was injected into his body was shockingly pure and also really stubborn. Even if Zhong Shou used the Xian increasing law containing wings to buff himself, he still wouldn't be able to take it. As a result, his cultivation base directly stepped into the Saint realm. All his energy turned to celestial power, but he was still unable to expel the essence energy out of his body. However, if he could refine it, it would save him a lot of time and effort. He didn't even need to refine the pure essence energy and could directly use it for himself. It was the same as him cultivating it. Although there was a lot of death energy in this nether vengeful land, the life essence within the 5 top celestial artifacts had neutralized half of it. Along with the 9 revival artifacts around, it was much less of a problem. Zhong-Shou grasped the life and death switching technique. Life could be death, death could be life, so he didn't care much. However, the amount of essence energy was a little too huge. Not only did it cause Zhong-Shou's body to swell up like a ball, but his soul was also filled up. Zhong-Shou opened up dozens of wounds on his body to avoid the possibility of his body swelling up and exploding. However, the current situation was still really bad. The essence energy squeezed in bit by bit, causing an intense pain in his head. He could roughly see the one origin soul sword in his soul ocean. Dozens of longings seemed to be fighting to the death, biting and tearing at one another. However, what was worse was Su Xiaoxiao. The 9 whole life essence stone and the 8 revival artifacts provided life essence energy. At this moment, a small portion of it was going up against the death energy within the essence energy. The amount provided to Su Xiaoxiao was less than 50 to 60% of before. It caused her stable heart meridians to dim once more. Zhong-Shou's chest was filled with bitterness and he couldn't find a way to solve it. However, he also knew that there was no point in regretting now. He wanted to focus on thinking, but the essence energy that was about to explode, as well as the extreme pain that accompanied it, tugged at his heart, making him unable to fully focus on thinking. Damn it! Zhong-Shou cursed out. He really wanted to shatter his own chakra meridians to chase all the essence energy out. Following which he had an idea. Chase all of it out? With such thick essence energy, it wouldn't be difficult to destroy 8 or 9 worlds. I could do anything I wanted to do. Break and then build? Zhong-Shou was in deep thought. A thread of spiritual sense entered his body. This is the 10,000 spirit energy body? Su Xiaoxiao's body was obviously different from normal girls, like it was a natural formation. It didn't benefit her much, but the baby in her body could better sense spiritual vigor and absorb Xiantian energy. An idea formed in Zhong-Shou's mind. Since it was breaking and building, then the Yuan Demon's 7 emotion technique wouldn't work. Then what about Lin Xuanshuang's source life spirit breathing technique? 1. Chapter 1184. The Yuan Demon's 7 emotion technique was not bad. However, who knew what other tricks Li Yuanma had done to it? Although it was breaking and building, Su Xiaoxiao's body would be affected. Switching to the source life spirit breathing technique had the effect of stabilizing the foundations and nurturing life essence. If one cultivated it, one would be able to slowly replenish it. It was the most suitable cultivation technique. Moreover, it was the source life spirit breathing technique with the 10,000 spirit energy body. The 10,000 spirit energy body was only useful for the baby. However, what if it was reversed? So what? Other people might not be able to do it, but with the unlimited energy in his body, he might be able to barely do it. Life and death Tao, cause and effect technique, even Ao Kuan's existence and destruction Tao. Zhong-Shou was really careful as he scattered the foundations of Su Xiaoxiao's soul. Then, in that instant, it absorbed and reformed the thousands of soul fragments that were broken into pieces. Compared to Su Xiaoxiao's body, which had lost all life force, the soul level was the hardest to deal with. He used his Saint Realm cultivation to interfere and use abilities. Rebuilding the chakra meridians, destroying the golden pellet, trying to identify the parts related to the demon swallowing purgatory seal to remove them. Then, he used the vast essence energy to rebuild the foundations and reconstruct the soul. First was the heart meridian. When it started to beat once more, Zhong Shou's eyes were filled with relief. Then, the soul ocean slowly stabilized. Su Xiaoxiao's consciousness also calmed down. The demon swallowing purgatory seal had little to no effect on her. Just like that, dozens of breaths later, Zhong Shou was woken up by the intense pain in his body. At this moment, his brow was tightly furrowed. Even if he went all out to rebuild the Tao body and soul for Su Xiaoxiao. However, less than a tenth of the essence and elemental energy had been consumed. After all, this was the entire dragon formation that took 10,000 years to form. If the Qin Emperor could absorb it all, he could even step into End Realm. At this moment, his body being unable to take it was one reason. His aura was being pushed by the pure essence energy and was slowly crossing the peak celestial realm. Once he stepped out, he would become a God realm cultivator. The heaven tribulation would follow closely behind. Zhong Shou wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to make it through. Even if it was the sage realm tribulation, he was confident that he would come out unscathed. The problem was that no matter how pure the essence qi was, it was still formed through external help. It was not an improvement in the foundation of the great Tao. Although it was good to reach the heavens in one step, using the essence energy, End Realm experts wouldn't dare to imagine. Even half a step End Realm experts were a little weaker. However, if it was built on top of sand, it might collapse in the future when it was pushed back, so there was no need for this. This essence qi is too majestic. It's unavoidable for me to advance now. However, if you take another step after the deity realm, you'll be courting death. Although he was in pain, Zhong Shou's mind was exceptionally clear. If I can't increase my cultivation anymore, then... His entire body suddenly trembled. Zhong Shou forcefully shook the unrepellent primordial qi in his meridians inch by inch. He forcefully scattered it and sent it into his limbs, bones, and flesh. He directly used the profound qi to strengthen his body. Apart from that, there is also the life and death energy. This was also problematic. The life and death energy went against one another, neutralizing one another and going against one another. Zhong Shou decided to split it apart. They merged into the two spiral chakra meridians, resonating but not disturbing one another. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's situation was starting to turn for the better. Only then could he split his attention and deal with the energy meridians in his body. However, just at this moment, Zhong Shou's flesh and blood suddenly exploded. It looked like it was fine, but beneath his skin, his flesh and blood had turned into blood powder that had no connection to his body at all. Even his bones were the same. If it wasn't for the support of his soul core, his entire body would have probably transformed into mush in an instant. This was caused by his body being unable to take any more essence qi. Zhong Shou didn't show any mercy, like he didn't feel any pain at all. It was rebuilt bit by bit amidst the tattered flesh and blood. Su Xiaoxiao was like that and Zhong Shou was the same. If he wanted to avoid directly stepping into Saint Realm, he could only think of a way. This vast profound qi had a place to be released. Zhong Shou's choice was his body. Without any restraint, he would strengthen his body to the limit that it couldn't get any stronger. A moment later, there was a slight spiritual energy fluctuation in the air. The power of spacetime here was chaotic to begin with. When this energy appeared, it caused the area around to shake. However, moments later, a green-shirt woman appeared. It was Lin Suan. Her expression was really cold. Like she had just gone through a battle, her body was still filled with killing intent. Her eyes were cold as she swept the area. This was a small world fragment from the Qin Emperor tomb after it was destroyed. The 5-element spacetime power that exploded struck a total of 60 worlds. Within this range, cultivators below Celestial Realm wouldn't be able to enter the outer region void in a short time. This small world directly broke away from the Qin Emperor tomb and the Cloud World. Piece by piece, it slid into the space outside of the Cloud World. The place where Lin Suan was standing was one of them. Half a day ago, when she was prepared to destroy the revival formation in the south, she felt that something was up. At that time, she wanted to find Zhong Shou so that the six of them could meet up. However, she was stopped halfway and blocked for a full 4 hours. She was unable to rush over. It was with much difficulty that she chased away or killed the people who blocked her. After dealing with most of them, the small world shattered. Although she was unwilling, she had to protect herself first. At this moment, it was really tough to search for him. Not only was it dangerous, but it was also tough for her to spread out her spiritual sense. Only a few people joined hands and searched inch by inch like a carpet. I still can't find him. He shouldn't be here. Shen Yuexian was the first. He flashed beside Lin Suan. His expression was really calm. How is His Majesty now? After all, 15 Saint Realm experts working together. He is fine. Lin Suan shook her head. She had contacted the common people's vast habitat to confirm. His name is still on the Xianming Golden Book. Moreover, when she said this, Lin Suan's expression was really weird. Not only is it still there, but his page suddenly moved forward to the 5th page. 5th page? Shen Yuexian found it weird. He had heard of Tsang Xingdao's mysterious Golden Life book. It was arranged according to cultivation and potential. At this moment, Tsang Xingdao had 4 End Realm experts. In other words, the mysterious Life Golden Book had recognized Zhong Shou as the top person below End Realm in the common people's path. Such a situation meant that Zhong Shou's cultivation had greatly increased, or that Zhong Shou's potential had changed. Chapter 1185. Not only that, Lin Suan shook her head like she didn't know what to say. Shen Yuexian was startled. Not only that? What did Lin Suan mean by that? Then, Lin Suan continued. At that time, the position of Zhong Shou's page was changing. At its lowest, it was after the 36th page. At its highest, it even exceeded Wei Su's and reached the 4th page. Not long ago, it stabilized. Shen Yuexian was even more confused, thinking to himself, what was going on? However, looking at Lin Suan's situation, she didn't seem to know much, so it was probably useless for him to ask. Moments later, Osamu Hara appeared not far away and walked over. I didn't find him on my side, he shouldn't be here. Osamu Hara's expression was a little weird. I did meet a few Taoist faction people and nearly fought with them. They were also searching. Out of the 6 Saint Realm venerables who entered the tomb, only 2 returned safely. The other 4 are nowhere to be seen. Lin Suan's brow rose up and she scoffed heavily. She had definitely seen the 2 who escaped. Moreover, not long ago, she had fought with them. At that time, she personally saw the 2 of them step into the void and leave the tomb. As for the other 4, they should have been killing Zhong Shou and were in the tomb along with Zhong Shou. They were nowhere to be seen. Who knows if they were trapped or if they were already wiped out. Speaking of which, Shen Yuexian was in deep thought. I also met many aristocratic family helpers, and they were all really anxious. The Taoist faction probably isn't the only Saint Realm venerables who disappeared. He really didn't know what happened in the underground palace. How did Zhong Shou survive the encirclement of dozens of Saint Realm venerables? Could it be that it was just because of that imperial calamity facing records that might be the absolute defense? However, even if they relied on this item, it was impossible for those saints to fall into a situation where their lives were unknown. Then Shen Yuexian put away his distracting thoughts. The most important thing now was to find the whereabouts of Zhong Shou as soon as possible to prevent accidents from happening. However, there were too few clues. At that time, Zhong Shou was surrounded in the underground palace. Logically speaking, they only needed to find the fragments of the spirit space nearby. However, the space storm caused by the Qin Emperor tomb was too intense and the area it covered was too huge. It was mixed with the surrounding void world river, and to search for it in a short time was harder than ascending to the heavens. Unless they continued to transfer manpower, or waited a few months for the spacetime storm to end. Looks like the storm this time has really gotten out of hand. Only, Lin Suan had a headache and wanted to say that they only needed to wait for the few end-realm venerables of the common people's vast habitat to arrive. However, she suddenly had an idea and a message flashed across her mind. Her brow furrowed even tighter. Lin Xianjing used her bloodline power to send the message to her. With their cultivation and spiritual power, once the dragon formation wasn't blocking, even if they were within the spacetime storm. As long as they knew the location, they could still be connected. There is new news. Inu has safely returned to the imperial capital with the 12 copper men accompanying him. It was said that in the morning 3 imperial edicts were sent out consecutively and 137 officials were removed from their positions. He also forcefully took away the lands of the 9 aristocratic families for privately amassing troops and plotting against the law. Osamu Hara and Shin Yuexian exchanged glances with one another. Shock flashed in their eyes. The 12 copper men still landed in Inu's hands? The Taishang country's strength would rise. Removing 100 officials and taking away their land. Was he prepared to attack those aristocratic families? Their hearts were heavy. Inu's actions were just a ploy. However, since the 12 copper men were in his hands, then attacking the Deqian was something that would happen sooner or later. They would take back their lost land and even attack Nanjiang. They would even sweep Donglin and South Wind Continent. Unless the Deqian had a way to restrict the 12 copper men. Not only the Deqian, but Song Shengdao and Zong Shou's Buddhist faction Kenzo sect would also be affected and suppressed by the Taishang. Apart from that, the celestial world seems like a war is about to start. Lin Suan had a helpless expression on her face. Even if she had been through numerous storms, such a sudden situation still made her feel really helpless and problematic. The night demon race has already acted. I heard that a full 10 Jiddu ministers, 3 million Dao soldiers have been deployed outside of the celestial world. The reinforcements are also arriving. Shin Yueshuan's expression changed once more. Although he was a factionless cultivator, he cared about the celestial world. It concerned the life and death of the Deqian. The so-called Jiddu minister was the highest position in the night demon race's dark world demon court army. A Jiddu minister, apart from 300,000 Dao soldiers, had 2 to 4 million supporting troops. They were usually in charge of one side of the war. As for the commander, he was at least at the saint level. 10 Jiddu ministers. That was close to 30 million troops. Once the celestial world was broken through, not only would Deqian's land be split up, they would lose contact with the 76 worlds outside and have to fight for themselves. The entire cloud world would be attacked by the night demon race army. The situation had actually reached such a bad stage, fighting both internally and externally. The current Deqian situation was even worse than a few months ago when the Taishang attacked. What are the details? Shin Yuexian wanted to ask, only to see Lin Suan's face turn green and white. Old man Long Ing and my second sister have rushed over to the celestial world. Luckily, Zong Shou was prepared against the night demon race. Half a year ago, he asked your Mahists to rebuild the defensive spiritual formation of the celestial world, right? Shin Yuexian nodded slightly. He had personally gathered the Mahists to take over the formation. At that time, Zong Shou cared a lot about it and went all out in terms of materials. The celestial world has 100,000 Big Dipper sword soldiers, 60,000 Big Dipper crossbow soldiers, and 300,000 supporting troops. With 9 capital celestial dynasty unparalleled famous general like A in charge, they would be able to defend for a while. Chiu Wei is also trying to gather troops. I heard that the Yuanren world is also gathering troops. However, in my eyes, they won't be able to defend for long. Based on what she knew, the Dark World Demon Court had at least 2 End Realm experts, and each of them had tens of thousands of years of accumulation. It wasn't something that Long Ing could go up against. At most, he would be able to make them worry a little. Apart from that, the Dark World Demon Court was similar to the Lu family and had several dynasties. They had 5 End Realm emperors, 50 Jiddu ministers, and tens of millions of troops. It was a power that could be compared to the sky-burning Lu family. Even if the Great Qian dynasty were to go all out, the Great Qian dynasty would not be able to defeat them. To be able to gather 450,000 Dao soldiers in the celestial world was already the limit. As for experts above the Saint Realm, there were so few that it was pitiful. What was worse was that within the Cloud World, there was also Great Shang who had obtained the 12 Copper Men and was greatly strengthened. The common people's vast habitat also faced the threat of the Taoist and Confucian factions. The Cloud World had dozens of End Realm experts and numerous experts, but they were unable to work together. Osamu Hara didn't speak and his expression slowly turned ugly. He scoffed coldly, "What are you afraid of? We will deal with whatever comes. Kill them all. At most, we will just die." Shen Yuexian shook his head. He wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't willing to let the revival of Mahist faction be destroyed in his hand. Can't we just shake hands with the Taoist and Confucian factions? If the celestial world is broken, the Night Demon army will gather. That Taishang Emperor might not have it easy either. Impossible. Lin Xianxian gritted her teeth and laughed coldly. This matter concerns the heaven-splitting treasure. That Taoist faction even colluded with the alien race to do such a thing. Much less now? Why would they want Song Xingdao to be the only one strong? They probably want Song Xingdao and the Dark World Demon Court to suffer heavy losses before they clean up the mess. As for the Taishang, with the 12 Copper Men, Yin will think that he is invincible and can sit on the fishing platform. First get rid of the internal problems and then deal with the external problems. Shen Yuexian sighed. Lin Suan's evaluation was really accurate. However, what should he do now? Should he just wait for death? If Zhong Shou was here, what would the situation be like? The celestial world could at most defend against the Night Demon army for a month or 2. Although Lai Ke was an unparalleled general, he didn't have the ability to go against the heavens. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou was nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, the place was totally silent. Lin Suan and Shen Yuexian both kept silent. Osamu Hara's voice broke the silence once more. "Who is that person? It is a little weird. He looks like a corpse general from the Qin Emperor tomb." The two of them looked out and as expected, a black-armored person appeared in the distance. He looked around as if he was looking for something. When he noticed the 3 of them, his eyes instantly turned dark. The expressions of the 3 of them turned serious. More than half of the Saint-level corps generals in the Minor Kiliacosm relied on the support of the Dragon Formation to have the strength of a Saint-level expert. Since the Qin Emperor tomb was destroyed, close to half of them were destroyed in the shockwaves of the world collapsing. There were many who were either suppressed or purified by the Buddhist faction using the Great Sun Buddhist power after they broke out of control. Only an extremely small portion of them either fled far away or snuck back into the cloud world to hide. Their strength was more or less weakened. This person was different from the other corps generals. His aura was still strong, and he was actually peak Saint Realm, similar to Lin Suan, maybe even a little stronger. He didn't have the vengeful energy wrapped around his body like the other vengeful corpses, making him crazy and irrational. Although his eyes were filled with wariness and animosity, he was also really rational and also had a judging look. He didn't seem interested in the 3 of them, taking a close look at Lin Suan before stepping into the air and leaving this place. "I have seen it before." Lin Suan had a weird expression on her face. She remembered that at that time, this corpse general. He also entered the underground palace. Not far from where she was, there was a huge battle between two people. It seemed to be to fight for that mountain river pearl. Chapter 1186. Within the imperial capital Fenghua Palace, Yin was expressionless as he looked at the few memorials in front of him. The ministers were all holding their breaths as they stood in the corridor. The storm before this started from the top to the bottom. It caused numerous people to lose their positions, and there were even 7 aristocratic families that were on the verge of being wiped out. It caused their masters to tremble in fear. There were even some old ministers whose eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, Yin made them feel like they were looking at Emperor Yuanqin when he was young. He was swift and decisive, showing off his ability. In just a short 3 days, he swept away the evil aura in the imperial court. It caused the aristocratic families, who were getting more and more arrogant, to lose their arrogance. They didn't even dare to make a sound. After waiting for a short while, Yin finally placed down the memorials in his hands. "It is my South Protecting General, Governor of Gannan, Gangxi, and the other 7 states. Shi Qianli wrote that he is old and weak and doesn't have enough energy. He wants to resign from his position as governor of the 7 provinces." The ministers below were all stunned. They looked at each other and were speechless. The Shi family rose up during this half a year and had the aura of the Southwest King. To resign now, was he prepared to admit defeat to the emperor and show weakness? Or was he planning something else? At the side of the carriage, Shi Yue stood solemnly. His face was as calm as stone, without any fluctuations at all. "Your Majesty, Shi Qianli is at the prime of his life. What old and weak body is he talking about? He is just probing the imperial court. This person has evil intentions. During the Jiangnan battle, he even tried to move troops to threaten the imperial court. Your Majesty, please send an edict to scold him and punish him." A person walked out from the ministers. He seemed to have understood what Yin was thinking. His words were firm and filled with righteousness. Moreover, this South Protecting General is in charge of the 7 provinces. It does have too much power, pretty much ruling an area. In my opinion, it is best to give it up. Shi Yue raised his eyelids and looked at this person. Looking at his robe, he should be a secondary grade 7 imperial censor. He didn't remember his name, but his surname was Feng. At this moment, his aura seemed majestic. However, he looked towards the person beside him. Was he a pawn that crossed the river? The bright glow in Shi Yue's eyes retracted. He also wanted to know what Yin's attitude towards the Shi family was. With the 12 copper men, he could suppress End-Realm Saint Venerables. However, before Yin had enough saint-level cultivators, he was far from invincible. At least at this moment, although the Shi family didn't have the ability to fight back, they had the ability to escape from the cloud world. Yin, on the other hand, laughed with a joy that was hard for others to detect. At this moment, he was in high spirits. Even the 5 great clans could only bow their heads in front of him, as if they were lambs waiting to be slaughtered. But who could have known his predicament a few months ago? He was forced to give up his power, giving 7 provinces to the Shi family. However, in the imperial court, the powerful officials and aristocratic families had joined hands and were practically a mere figurehead. Only now, when he saw Shi Qianli's resignation memorial, did he feel the anger in his chest dissipate. General Zhenan moving the army to take control of the 100 Victory Pass is my insistence. There was nothing wrong with leading the 7 provinces in the southwest for half a year. What you are saying is that you want me to punish you because I am innocent. The dark and cold voice caused the surnamed Feng censor's heart to sink. However, Yin's tone changed. However, our Taishang has half of the country's taxes, 7 provinces, 10 million troops, 10,000 war generals. But we can't just defend the 100 Victory Pass after expending so much effort. Shi Yue was expressionless, but he could roughly guess what Yin meant. As expected, Yin continued, I have always known about your talents and have relied on you to help me. I wonder if Minister Shi can help me take back Jiangnan within 3 months? The moment these words were said, the hall was instantly silent. Everyone's gaze turned towards Shiryu. Shiryu was helpless and could only bow, replying seriously, "My father has been in your good graces for a long time. If he knows what you are saying, he will go all out. Tell him not to be too anxious. He needs to plan before acting." Inu broke into a laugh. His gaze was indiscernible. "I heard that the Dark World Demon Court has sent troops to attack the Celestial World under De Qian. This is a rare chance and I hope that your father doesn't miss it. In addition, we will do our best to gather all the military supplies he needs. Be it increasing taxes or recruiting troops, it will all be up to your father." Not only was Shiryu unhappy, but his gaze became even heavier. The more Inu did everything perfectly, the more he couldn't reject it. If he couldn't take down Jiangnan within 3 months, then it would be natural for him to send a decree. At that time, Inu would be righteous, and even if he wiped out the Shi family, no one would object. A chill rose in his heart as Shiryu bowed once more. "I will tell my father." Only then did Inu smile, and casually keep the document in front of him. At this moment, another person walked out from the group of officials. It was the Hanlin Academy scholar's Washine. "I have a document." Holding the memorial in his hand, a eunuch took it and presented it to Inu. Guilty official Jin Buhue didn't repent in jail and spouted nonsense. He said that your majesty is useless and can't listen to good advice. He has ruled for hundreds of years and has become arrogant. He said that if this goes on, then the Taishang will be wiped out in 3 years. Such words are obviously filled with grievances against your majesty. Inu frowned and took the document. After looking at it for a moment, his face turned ashen white. Every single word and sentence was extremely glaring. It caused his robe to flutter without any wind and the veins on his forehead popped out. "If I continue to do things my own way and don't think about governance, easily moving troops and wasting the country, our Taishang will be wiped out in 3 years? This is very good." However, he instantly calmed down and Inu squinted. "Zhuqing, this Jin Buhue is your student. How do you think we should deal with him? Although this kid and I were master and disciple. However, a year ago we broke all ties." Zhuqiang's expression was solemn. "Even if we were master and disciple, I would break all ties with such a fatherless disciple. Please cut him in half at the waist to warn the future generations." Shiryu was startled. Jin Buhue? Cut in half? How could he do that? He wanted to open his mouth to persuade, but he was speechless. At this moment, the Shi family couldn't even protect their own lives, much less save people. If Zhongshuan was here, he would definitely persuade him. However, at this moment, who could stop Inu? Cut in half? Inu took in a few deep breaths like he was still furious. In the end, he scoffed coldly, "Even death by 1,000 cuts won't be able to calm me down. However, thinking about this kid, after all, he is loyal to the country. Giving you face, I will cut him in half. After he dies, I will hang his head in front of the palace. I want to see whether or not this Taishang will be wiped out in 3 years." Shiryu's body shook and then calmed down. The ministers in the hall were either filled with righteous indignation or praised His Majesty's wisdom. No one objected. Chapter 1187. After cutting him in half, let a spirit master cast a spell to keep Jin Buhue's soul in his head. The hall was totally silent. Everyone's eyes looked toward Shiryu weirdly. If they didn't hear wrongly, the person who spoke was this person. Shiryu didn't care, calmly continuing, "This person is so arrogant and rude, disrespectful to the ruler father. Killing him like this is letting him off too easily. Since your majesty wants to hang his head on the city wall to let him see our Taishang rise up, why not leave his soul to let him personally witness whether or not the Taishang will die in 3 years? I also want to know if his name is Buhue, will he really not regret his words? Inu listened on quietly. At the start his eyes were filled with unhappiness. A moment later, a mocking intent appeared, looking at Shuriwe with a teasing expression. Shuriwe, you want to save his life? You really put in a lot of effort. I also heard that your relationship with Zhong Shou in the past was not bad and you appreciated each other? Shuriwe kept silent. This was the only thing he could do for Jean Buhue. He still remembered the favor he owed Zhong Shou a few years ago. This might be the only chance he had to repay it. As you wish, it is okay. Just as the atmosphere in the hall was suppressing, Inu suddenly laughed. However, I hate this Jean Buhue. Such a person who colludes with the enemy can be killed. I can keep his soul, but I can't let him have a good life. Every 7 days, I can torture his soul. Shiryue's expression finally changed. He knew that this matter was already set and couldn't be changed. No matter how he tried to persuade it, it was useless. Inu was smart and wasn't a fool that could be lied to. However, with that, if Zhong Shou couldn't save him, Jean Buhue might have a life worse than death for the next few hundred years. Even if he was able to escape, he wouldn't be able to improve in his cultivation. Sighing, Shuriwe returned to his original spot. His expression was solemn, and he didn't take another look. The only thing he did not expect was that after the defeat in Nanjiang, Inu, who had obtained the 12 copper men, had totally thrown away his benevolent image. At this moment another person walked out. It was an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights. Your Majesty, a Deqian envoy has arrived in the Imperial City and wants to meet you. He said that the Dark World Demon Court attacked the Celestial World and was less than 10 days away from the Cloud World. At this moment, Deqian Taishang was in dire straits. I beg your Majesty to send troops to fight against the Night Demon Army. Don't let the flames of war spread to the Cloud World. Asking for help? Inu's interest was piqued. He asked curiously, with that Zhong Shou's arrogant temperament, he is willing to lower his head and ask our Taishang for help? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights bowed before explaining in detail. It has been a few days since the emperor of the Great Qian dynasty went missing and there are still no results. I heard that he is still alive, but as for what the situation is, no one knows. This messenger of the Great Qian dynasty should be here on the orders of the Great Qian dynasty's cabinet. Cabinet orders? Then why didn't you chase him out of the imperial city? Did you agree with his words? Without the lips, the teeth are in dire straits. Do you think that makes sense? Inu's gaze was cold as he asked, causing that assistant minister Li's face to turn ashen white. Zhuoxin laughed coldly. Only now do you remember to ask for help from our Taishang? However, in the past, I have never seen that Zhong Shou show mercy to our army. If we help them now, will that Deqian be able to take a breather and then attack us? Assistant Minister Li was helpless and said fearfully, I didn't think about it, please don't be angry. I heard that the Dark World Demon Court has billions of troops and controls 400 worlds. They have 70 Jiddu ministers and swept the Cloud World in the past. They forced 3 Saint Emperors of the Cloud World to their death. Our Deqian is located in the mid-plains and is the first to be affected. When I heard that their army was about to invade, I lost my cool. So what if we lose the Celestial World? I have my own ways to force back the Night Demon Army. You are worrying too much. Inu said this, but he was thinking about it in his heart. The person in front of him was too soft and wasn't suitable for the position of Assistant Minister of Rights. It was best if he didn't have any real power. However, at the next moment, a line of words suddenly pierced into his mind. His Majesty looks like he is willing to listen to advice, but in truth, he is stubborn and doesn't listen to words that are unpleasant to the ear. He often treats officials like grass, using them as chess pieces and not as bones. It was one of the many words of Jean Buhue that Zhuoxin recorded in the document. Inu's face instantly turned ashen white, temporarily giving up on the thought of scolding him. He said seriously, however, "It is not impossible for our Taishang to send troops. You can make that Zhong Shou hand over the 5 states of Jiangnan and also South Wind Cloud Continent, and I can send troops to help." After hesitating slightly, he laughed coldly. "Apart from that, I have seen his concubine Kong Yao. She is extremely beautiful. I have been thinking about her recently. I can invite her to the capital as a hostage." Before he finished, the officials were all shocked as they looked at Inu. No matter what, those words shouldn't have come from the mouth of a wise ruler. They also felt that this Emperor Yuanqin wasn't right and was different from before. Be it the way he dealt with Jin Buhui or the words he said, it wasn't like before. Zhou Xin was also slightly puzzled. He subconsciously wanted to advise him against it. However, in the next instance, Yuanqin's cold gaze swept over. It was extremely cold, causing one to feel a chill down one's spine. He instantly shut his mouth and lowered his head. It wasn't wise to anger Inu at this moment. These conditions were really harsh. Inu probably just wanted to humiliate Zhong Shou to vent the anger in his chest. Thinking about it, it wasn't much. If De Qian really agreed, the ones who would lose face would be De Qian and Zhong Shou. Shuriyue comprehended something at the side. Was this because Inu swallowed the Qin dragon energy, the true spirit of the Qin Emperor? The history books said that the Qin Emperor was violent for a reason. Although Inu's King Path martial arts were strong now, his foundation was still weak. After all, his martial path foundations were weak, and he was affected by the true spirit of the Qin Emperor. Legend had it that the dragon had a reverse scale, and if one touched it, one would die. Zhong Shou was undoubtedly a true dragon. Today, Inu did 2 things consecutively and touched Zhong Shou's bottom line. Who knows how Zhong Shou would react? Shuriyue shook his head and felt that Jin Buhui was right. To protect the fate of the Taishang country, he had lost his mind. He appeased the officials to rope in the aristocratic families and Confucian faction, causing corruption in the country. He couldn't see himself clearly and didn't know the details of the people. Even with the 12 copper men in his hands, he had lost the hearts of the people. The country was in a state of famine, and the few peaceful places that remained were being squeezed dry by the powerful aristocratic families and the imperial court. They couldn't bear it anymore. Without dozens of years of ruling, it would be tough to settle down and calm down the people. In just half a year, he wanted to start another war. In Shuriyue's eyes, that was just crazy. On the contrary, the De Qian had less land than the Taishang. However, they didn't pay much taxes. If they really fought once more, they might not be weak. When they were in danger, they could double their troops at any moment. Zhong Shou used his Saint King body to summon people to defend against the Night Demon army. The world would probably follow his orders and his reputation would be even stronger than before. Anyone with knowledge would know that if the Night Demon army arrived, the Cloud world would face a huge calamity. Inu thought that with the 12 copper men in his hands, he could be at ease. Wasn't he too arrogant? His foundations weren't stable, and with such country-protecting artifacts, he wouldn't be able to protect the country in the future. However, at this moment, Inu really had the ability to be fearless. Unless Zhong Shou could chase away the night demons or step into End Realm, he really wouldn't be able to do anything to Inu. Just as he was deep in thought, one of the officials said, "Zhong Shou is despicable during the Battle of Falling Dragon Plains. He caused our Taishang elite army to lose 90% of our forces. Please rebuild the Guards Legion Corps. Train 1,000,000 Dao soldiers." Instantly, someone objected, "1,000,000 Dao soldiers? But where does our Taishang have so much money? We need to send aid to the various disasters. We also need to suppress the chaos all around." During these few years, the spiritual wave rose and there wasn't any drought. However, there are floods everywhere and the embankments are in disrepair. We need money. During the Battle of the South, we need to provide grain for the 100 Victory Pass army. We have already used up all our savings. There is really nothing we can do. You are wrong. The current tax still has room for improvement. It is okay to increase taxes. I think our Taishang people would be willing to help the country. At most, in 2 to 3 years, we can reduce taxes and let the people rest. Actually, we don't need to start from taxes. Our Taishang country has numerous mines. In recent years, the imperial court failed to investigate and many of them fell into the pockets of the various aristocratic families. There are also corrupt officials who have their hands on them. As long as the imperial court investigates and cleans them up, we will naturally have the ability to raise an army. Shuriwa listened on quietly and glanced at Emperor Yuanshin, only to see Inu listen on expressionlessly. His eyes were filled with a cold, mocking expression. Shuriwa couldn't help but have a thought. Was the scenes in front of him purposely arranged by Emperor Yuanshin? His chest couldn't help but sink once more. Shuriwa shook his head. No matter if it was or not, it meant that Inu was prepared to attack the aristocratic families and the various officials. He wasn't wrong, but he was too anxious and couldn't see himself clearly. However, this matter had nothing to do with him and Shuriwa wasn't willing to persuade him anymore. Since things had reached such a stage, he was already disheartened. If he said anything about loyalty, that would just be pedantic. The discussion on the matter of conscription lasted for about an hour before coming to an end. Then, they discussed the Crown Prince Inhan. He had already disappeared for 7 days and no one knew if he was dead or alive. They only knew that this person had also entered the Qin Emperor tomb a few days ago. Inu was really anxious and sad as he said a few words of concern. For some reason, Shuriwa felt that Emperor Yuanshin didn't care about Inhan's life and death. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. Thinking about it, one would know the reason. Swallowing Qin Dragon Energy, Qin Emperor True Spirit. Inu had already extended his lifespan. If he could rule for another 200 years, then what was the point of having a crown prince? Just as the officials were discussing, Shuriwa suddenly sensed something. He immediately used his spirit and eyes to look into the distance through the layers of obstructions. In front of the palace gate, a man in a black robe with a strange charm was standing there. I am Li Bieshua. I am willing to take over the role of Taishang Grand Teacher. Shuriwa's pupils constricted and then he burst out laughing. So, it was Wushang Yuan Demon, no wonder. This was the reason why Inu wasn't afraid of the aristocratic families fighting back and was so confident. Chapter 1188. Zhong Shou's brow rose up. After Chu Shui, he also sensed something. At this moment, he still couldn't move, so he decided to let the One Origin sword fly out of his body. The dragon energy swallowing was close to the end. This was why his second soul could barely move. However, he couldn't do so for too long. If not, the dragon energy would enter his body and infect his soul. It wasn't big or small, but it was still a problem. The Xian increasing law containing wings buffed it. The sword light turned and charged out of this small world. Behind the sword handle was Zhong Shou's soul image. Outside was an intense space storm, numerous cracks flashed without any pattern. If one wasn't careful, one would be sliced into dozens of pieces. Zhong Shou followed the aura and flew through the air. Along the way, tens of thousands of sword lights scattered, like an indestructible wall blocking the space. At this moment, his main body and Su Xiaoxiao and Chu Shui were still unable to move. They couldn't differentiate between friend and foe, so they had to be wary. Moreover, they were all naked, so it wasn't convenient for them to meet others. At this moment, a huge sword shadow suddenly slashed onto the sword wall with a dang sound. The One Origin sword shook slightly, giving out a buzzing sound. The millions of sword shadows stopped and slowly faded. Zhong Shou's soul retreated, his eyes filled with shock. The power contained within the sword was really majestic. Without a physical body and only using the power of his soul to fight, he was at a disadvantage. Luckily, with the Xian increasing law containing wings buffing him, in terms of strength, he wasn't much weaker. Although he had forced him back with a single strike, the master of the heavy sword had also been forcefully stopped by him. It was a teen dressed in black armor, with a face like it was carved by a knife. His expression was as cold as stone. At this moment, he was at a loss as he looked at the One Origin sword in Zhong Shou's hand. Then, he looked at the small world fragment behind Zhong Shou. His expression was complicated, filled with rage and also the relief of being free. He was also at a loss and didn't know what to do. Moments later, that person's eyes regained clarity. "Where is the Emperor? My Emperor?" Zhong Shou glanced at the man's black armor and realized that he was not a living person. However, different from the corpse generals in the Qin Emperor tomb, this one's death energy was much purer and there wasn't much vengeful energy gathered. After pondering for a while, Zhong Shou had a rough idea of this person's identity. "Are you Li Xian?" The man in black armor was not moved at all, nor did he have any intention of replying. He continued to ask, "Where is my emperor? Is he dead or alive?" "We do not know his whereabouts." Zhong Shou shook his head. The Qin Emperor's tomb was not in the fragment of the small thousand world. After the minor chiliocosm exploded, it had already been separated, so he didn't know. If not, he would have wanted to take the Son of Heaven sword and the Mountain River Pearl. These were all rare divine artifacts in the world, and their value was only inferior to the state-stabilizing seal in his hands. As for life and death, in my opinion, it's already impossible for Qin Shi Huang to come back to life. The essence energy that was purified and accumulated by the dragon formation for 10,000 years was now his. As for the Qin dragon energy, for some reason, it was swallowed by his One Origin sword. At this moment, the dragon formation was already destroyed, so no matter how many trump cards Qin Shi Huang had, there was nothing he could do. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to come back to life. Li Xian opened his eyes and they were filled with rage. "It is all your fault for disturbing my emperor's peace. You deserve to die." The sword light rose up like a giant hammer, crossing the void and slashing down. Zhong Shou's expression changed. The One Origin sword also exploded out with millions of sword light, like flowers that bloomed, stacking layer by layer. Within each sword flower, there was a small black dot hidden within. Unlimited end, the sword power that swallowed and converted into Zhong Shou's own strength. If it wasn't his main body, even with the buff of the wings, he wouldn't be able to step into the supreme ability level 13. At this moment, under this heavy sword, he was actually forced into a corner. Li Xian's sword didn't have many tricks. It should have been tempered from numerous killings. It was simple and direct. As for the fundamental Great Tao, it was also the simple light and heavy divine technique. When the sword slashed over, it seemed to be really strong. When it landed, it was as light as a feather and there was no strength at all. When it looked soft and powerless, it often had the strength of a great Sumeru mountain. The Buddhist faction Glass World's Great Sumeru Mountain was said to be something only End-realm cultivators could raise. However, Li Xian, who grasped the heavy god technique, had the strength of an End-realm saint venerable. As for the changes in weight in his hands, he was already at the peak of perfection. In just 100 swords, Zhong Shou was so depressed that he was about to spit out blood. He nearly couldn't even maintain his soul body. Step by step, he was pretty much forced to the front of the space fragment. With another loud dong, the sword body shook and Zhong Shou was forced back once more. The One Origin sword gave out an unwilling cry. A full 9 flame dragons appeared on the sword body and roared as they circled around. Zhong Shou's brow was solemn and filled with cold, killing intent. "Your words are really interesting. If the Qin Emperor doesn't want to revive and wants to rule the cloud world once more, why don't you come back to life? Why would we invade his tomb and disturb his sleep? When he said these words, his face was filled with righteousness and his words were really noble. In his heart, he felt a little embarrassed. Speaking of tomb robbing, he had a bad record in the past. The entire Qin Emperor's sub-tomb was in his hands. No, based on what people said in the future, that was an archaeology. Li Xian didn't bother to differentiate between the truth and the fake, like he wasn't willing to argue with Zhongshou. He scoffed coldly. Who cares what your reason is? Don't think about delaying time. It was still a sword that slashed forwards. Zhongshou was helpless and tried his best to block. This time he went all out to stop himself from retreating. The reason he spoke to Li Xian was indeed to stall for time, so that Chuxue could temporarily escape to protect him and force Li Xian to retreat. However, it seemed like his wishful thinking didn't work. Since scheming didn't work, then he could only fight head-on. With just the one origin sword and the wings, it was already his limit to be able to fight against this half-a-step End-Realm Corps general. It would be extremely difficult to defeat the enemy and force them to retreat. Zhongshou's mind spun as he thought about his various methods. Those Saint Fire Silver ants were still digesting the true essence energy. In a short time, he wouldn't be able to get away. Even if he could form up, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. The illusionary heart mirror was useless against this person. The god-refined sword and his body were being refined. At this moment, it was just a few millimeters away from becoming a true god weapon, and he couldn't use it. As for the 3 pages of the Imperial Destruction True Scripture, none of them were useful to deal with the current situation. Zhongshou had an idea and reached out with his spiritual sense. Immediately, a jade seal flew out of the spacetime fragment and landed in his hand. It was the country protecting seal. This item was not only the core of the 12 copper men, but it was also a King Path god treasure. The One Origin sword gathered all his King Path martial arts, and along with the Emperor Wind technique, it complemented one another. He held the seal in his left hand and slashed out. The sky full of heavy sword shadows were instantly scattered. Just as Zhongshou heaved a sigh of relief, Li Xian's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the country protecting seal in his hands. A moment later, a struggling expression appeared on his face. In the end, he helplessly knelt down in front of Zhongshou. Li Xian greets your majesty. Before this, I was rash, please forgive me for being rude. Zhongshou was stunned. He looked at Li Xian and then at the country protecting seal in his hands. He guessed that the reason why Li Xian was acting so weird had something to do with the item in his hands. Was this country protecting seal, apart from the 12 copper men, also something that could suppress these corpse generals? He had such guesses in his heart but still asked curiously, "Why do you call me your majesty? I am not the Qin emperor and don't have his bloodline. I have nothing to do with the Qin dynasty." Li Xian was expressionless. This country protecting seal is a legacy item of my dynasty. I swore to serve the Qin emperor and the owner of this seal. Your majesty swallowed my dragon energy, and can be said to be the legacy of my Qin dynasty. I didn't do this willingly but helplessly. What he meant was that he wasn't willing to serve Zhongshou. Instead, he was forced by his oath and other factors. He had no choice but to do so. Zhongshou blinked. After a long while, he came back to his senses and burst out laughing. No matter what the reason was, to be able to obtain the service of someone whose strength was comparable to Lin Suan and even higher than Saint Realm, it was a surprise. Moreover, the person in front of him was one of the top generals 10,000 years ago and was especially good at cavalry. He had many generals under him but none of them were able to take charge alone. Only Lai Ke, with his god realm strength, was barely enough. If this Li Xian was willing to serve him, then it would be a surprise. All of a sudden, Zhongshou didn't know what to say. Console? or try to win him over. The reason why Li Xian submitted was still unclear. It was best if he understood it in case things went wrong. Moreover, as a vengeful corpse, was it suitable for him to appear in his De Qian's celestial dynasty? Vengeful corpses needed death energy to be maintained. Would his subordinates accept such a dead person as their comrade? Thinking about that, Zhong Shou had an idea. He smiled and asked, Li Xian, do you want to revive and live once more? Li Xian raised his head and looked over coldly. He wasn't tempted at all. To revive a dead person, even the master of creation 10,000 years ago couldn't do that. Moreover, he was already a vengeful corpse and his soul had been assimilated by death energy. This was why, although Zhong Shou's words were tempting, he wasn't tempted at all. Zhong Shou was helpless. Actually, he didn't have much confidence either. Even if he could do it, it wouldn't last for long. However, it was okay to just try. If you trust me, then don't resist. The one who attacked wasn't his second soul, but Zhong Shou's main body within the space fragment. A black and white light shot through the air. Li Xian instinctively wanted to dodge, but then his expression changed. Chapter 1189. Li Xian obviously didn't believe that the person in front of him had become his ruler because of the country protecting Jade Seal. However, when the black and white light struck over, Li Xian didn't feel any danger. Instead, he craved for it. Thus, he didn't resist and allowed the black and white light to cover his body. In just an instant, the death energy around his body suddenly retreated. As this happened, a surge of vitality followed closely behind and exploded within his body. To him, it was a huge poison. However, whether it was his source soul or his body, they were able to easily withstand it, and their essence had also undergone a change. A moment later, Li Xian looked at his hand in shock. It wasn't that cold and white color anymore. Instead, it was brimming with life force and filled with elasticity. That sticky dead blood regained movement and surged in his body. Li Xian didn't dare to believe it and pinched his cheek. Maybe because he used too much strength, he felt intense pain. No matter how he looked at it, he was a living person and not a vengeful corpse. Li Xian was in disbelief. However, everything in front of him couldn't be an illusion. Then, he heard Zhong Shou mutter, "This ability is actually useful. How fortunate. Just now, I was worried that the life and death energy would clash and fail. Is it possible that he's gone just like that?" Li Xian's eyes twitched. In other words, this fellow didn't even have confidence in himself and treated him as a test subject? Can you please say it to me secretly and not let me hear it? However, there was a certain excitement in his heart, his emotions fluctuating. Within his heart lake, which was like dead water, huge waves surged into the sky. How many years had it been since he had such a feeling? Since he was buried along with the Qin Emperor and was in charge of protecting Epang Palace, his emotions were totally cold. 10,000 years of protecting, waiting alone. He thought that it would never end. After taking a few deep breaths, Li Xian finally calmed himself down. What ability is this? It has such an ability to reverse life and death? Life and death mystery change. I grasped it by chance and am not familiar with it. Zhong Shou casually replied. He was a little apologetic. Although it can reverse life and death, the essence of your soul has changed and you probably can't last for long. It would take at most a year for the fiend corpse body to recover. Unless I perform this technique for you again. Only 1 year? In fact, Li Xian had already expected this. If he could really turn things around, then the young man in front of him really had the ability to defy the heavens. 1 year was enough for him to recover and regain the feeling of being a living person. Even if it was just for a day, he would be satisfied. Besides, according to His Majesty, it was not impossible to continue. He only needed the other party to cast another spell on him. He remembered the life and death mystery change. I wonder if your majesty has any orders for this general? Yes, I have done nothing for you. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this favor had saved his life. However, if it was only a year, then it wouldn't count. Li Xian, however, was still grateful, and his words were also more sincere. Everything in the world could be traded. He served this young man in exchange for the right to become a living person. What orders do you have? Zhong Shou hesitated. Previously, he was trapped in the space-time fragment and couldn't move, so he didn't think about it. At this moment, he began to ponder carefully. However, he had numerous things to do. Demon Sect, Wushang Yuan Demon Li Bieshu. Return to common people's vast habitat to ask Xian Shuang's master to save Su Xiaoxiao. Also, find out where the 12 copper men were. Zhong Shou suddenly frowned. Wait, the 12 copper men? At that time, even if Shuriwei rushed over alone, he wouldn't be able to do anything. As for the elites of the 3 factions, as well as the aristocratic families, they all entered the tomb. They were either blocking Lin Suan or they died in his hands. At that time, who would be able to stop Inu? In other words, the 12 copper men had all fallen into the hands of the Taishang Emperor. He was trapped here for a month. Let's hope that Emperor Yuanchen wouldn't do anything stupid. This person was also a wise ruler, so he shouldn't be so impatient. Thinking about it for a moment, Zhong Shou suppressed his worry and said solemnly, "Send a message back to Gantian Mountain to say that I am fine. Apart from that, do you know that there is a celestial world not far from the cloud world?" Seeing Li Xian nod his head, it was obvious that he had heard of it. Zhong Shou continued, "I am worried that the Night Demon army will arrive. Although Lai Ke is an unparalleled general talent, there is no need to worry about his ability to lead troop. However, he has too few troops. Saint Realm cultivators. His strength is far weaker than the Night Demons. This is why I would like to invite General Li to head over and help me take care of it." He still didn't fully trust Li Xian. However, at this moment in the celestial world, there was only one Yi Xian supporting the situation, which made him worry. At this moment, Ao Kuan and his wife should still be healing up in the common people's vast habitat. He helped Yuan Jing repair her foundations. Even with Lin Xuanxuang taking care of Ao Kuan, he still hadn't recovered. "Your Majesty wants me to take charge of the celestial world to defend against the dark world demon court? Do these night demons want to attack the cloud world?" Li Xian laughed coldly in disdain. "Why is there a need for so much trouble? With just 50,000 great Qin iron cavalry, I can trample one of their Jiedu ministers. With 300,000 iron cavalry, I am confident that I can go up against the night demon country." His voice suddenly stopped. Only then did Li Xian recall. At this moment, Great Qin was already wiped out. The Great Qin iron cavalry that swept the world in the past had also disappeared. It was said that this world had gone through 10,000 years of low spiritual energy, so how could there be such a strong army? During his last battle, he was also so confident. However, in the end, he lost badly. Zhong Shou was shocked by how confidently Xian was, and only then did he recall. In the past, the Dark World Demon Court was chased out of the Cloud World, and the 20 Jiddu ministers were wiped out. In the eyes of a general like Li Xian, he did have the right to look down on the Night Demon race. 300,000 Great Qin iron cavalry to defend against a country. The entire Night Demon race only had 5 countries. One country had 12 Jiddu ministers, which meant that they had at least 40 million elite troops. Zhong Shou broke out into a laugh. "Although I don't have Great Qin iron cavalry, I have 40,000 Black Fox iron cavalry. They are of the same bloodline and their combat strength is similar. Apart from that, there are also 30,000 Blood Cloud cavalry. Have you heard of them?" He had calculated that if the Celestial World War started, this would be the largest number of troops he could gather. Li Xian nodded slightly. As long as one was a soldier, How could they not have heard of the Blood Cloud cavalry? In all aspects, they were better than the Qin cavalry. However, the armor wasn't easy to craft. In the past, Great Qin was interested, but they didn't have the Blood Hero God Iron Mine, so they gave up in the end. In his heart, he was slightly shocked. Who knew that this young ruler had such a strong army? Even 10,000 years ago, they wouldn't be weak. Based on my estimations, the Night Demon race will be here. Even if they can't bring their entire country, they will have more than 10 Jiedu ministers. I wonder if General Li can lead the cavalry to defend for me? Zhong Shou originally wasn't willing to let Li Xian lead the troops before he was sure that he could trust him. However, thinking about it, with this person's commanding ability, it was a waste to use him to defend against those Night Demon Saint Realm venerables. Lai Ke needed to defend the celestial world, and couldn't be easily moved. If the cavalry could only defend, then what difference was there between them and infantry? To lead the cavalry, Zhong Yuan's talent shouldn't be any weaker. However, his cultivation was too low, and it was too dangerous for him to join in such a battle. I will definitely not disappoint your Majesty's expectations. Li Xian was a decisive person, swift and decisive. He half knelt and cupped his fist. After taking the edict from Zhong Shou to prove his identity, he was about to leave. Zhong Shou suddenly thought about something, taking out an ice coffin and asking curiously, "Do you recognize who this person is?" To be able to be buried in the Qin Emperor tomb, his identity must be special. Li Xian took a look and his gaze was attracted to the person in the coffin. A moment later, a weird expression appeared in his eyes. He is the calm martial ruler. Calm martial ruler, it really is Bai Qi? Zhong Shou was startled. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Actually, he had guessed a little before, but for Li Xian to personally confirm it, he was still shocked. It is indeed the calm martial ruler. What a pitiful person. Li Xian wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he said seriously, "If you can wake him up, he might be able to help you. However, you need to know that no matter who it is, it won't be easy to make him yield. There is another reason why he is unconscious. Otherwise, my emperor, no, the late emperor, he would have revived him long ago and added another commander to the Great Qin. So your Majesty, please be careful." Zhong Shou's brows rose up, wanting to ask him what he needed to be careful of. Li Xian seemed to be worried and wasn't willing to say anything. After bowing, he flew into the air. Zhong Shou sighed and knew that this was because Li Xian hadn't truly trusted him. Standing on the spot, Zhong Shou thought about it before keeping the ice coffin. The One Origin sword also retreated back into the space fragment. Li Xian wouldn't lie to him, so he definitely had a reason for saying those words. He had to be really careful about reviving this calm martial ruler. At this moment, not only in the celestial world, but the situation within the cloud world was also worrying. Originally, there were still 10 days before the essence energy and dragon energy could be digested. Totally digested. However, it seemed like he had to increase the speed of the refinement. Even if it left behind some problems, he couldn't care less. In front of the 100 Victory Pass, a newly built and unfinished city stood there. The stones and oil canisters that were thrown out by the trebuchets were like meteors as they fell down. The arrow rain was like locusts covering the city walls. There were also many places where there were rows of city climbing carriages. Ant-like soldiers were climbing up the city walls and charging at the defensive lines. The military strength of both sides couldn't be compared. Luckily, one side was defending and could still defend. At this moment, Kong Yao was standing in front of the city wall that had turned into ruins, looking coldly. "There's news from His Majesty." Chapter 1190. His Majesty has news. Hu Zhongyuan's face was filled with joy at this moment. For a month, they didn't know where Zhong Shou was. Even if the mysterious life golden book in the common people's vast habitat had Zhong Shou's name, they were still worried and on tenterhook. Only now did their hearts fall back into their stomach. De Chien had a cabinet, War Matters had the Privy Court and 5 army inspectorate. Even without Zhong Shou, country matters should be able to run on their own. However, the truth wasn't so. When Zhong Shou wasn't here, although everyone had their own roles, they couldn't be at ease. Only after knowing where Zhong Shou was did they have a pillar of support in their hearts. Kong Yao, who was investigating the battle situation, was woken up. She turned around with a weird expression, her eyes filled with questions. Hu Zhongyuan's expression instantly turned solemn. It was a person called Li Xian who brought His Majesty's decree to Gantian Mountain. I heard that he was half a step to End Realm and was one of the helpers His Majesty recruited. He was ordered by His Majesty to head to the celestial world to take charge and lead the cavalry. Seeing Kong Yao frown unhappily, Hu Zhongyuan knew what was going on. He smiled. He said that His Majesty is safe but is trapped in a small world fragment. He will be able to return in a few days. Kong Yao was deep in thought. She didn't know what kind of space fragment could cause Zhong Shou to be unable to move. Just as she was deep in thought, there was a loud explosion not far ahead. Looking out, one could see a huge earthquake shaking. In front of the city pass, it was originally a flat wilderness. At this moment there were giant cracks that spread all about. Like a spiderweb, it stretched towards the city wall. Earth-splitting technique. Kong Yao's eyes rolled, but she didn't move at all. The earth-splitting technique was just a grade 4 celestial technique. However, if the people who cast it were 2 Saint Realm experts and 3,000 spirit masters, then the strength of power was enough to shake mountains in the cloud world. To deal with this unfinished city was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, there was no need for her to worry at this moment. Hundreds of sword lights suddenly struck and stabbed in front of the pass city. In the center was a humongous object with a sword body of 1,000 feet. Hundreds of swords surrounded it. When the eye of the crack closed in, it immediately exploded into countless rays of yellow light that scattered into the air. These sects are being dishonest again. Hu Zhongyuan scoffed coldly. Luckily during the God Falling Plains battle, we wiped out all the spirit masters that the Taishang worshipped. During the battle in the south, the Taishang dynasty lost 70% of their spirit masters. Their overall strength was actually slightly weaker than the De Chien dynasty. However, if one added in the huge territory that needed to be defended and suppressed, it was as good as nothing. At this moment, about 1/10 of the spirit masters in the Lord of Shang were from the Shi family. The rest were mostly from sects and the aristocratic families of the southwest. The rest were the Demon Path sects. The Taishang and the Demon Path are working together. Yin Yuanshen is destroying his own wall. Sooner or later, he will lose all the hearts of the people. The person who spoke was dressed in a green shirt and carried a long sword. It was the Kenzo sect's Ruotao who forcefully scattered the earth-splitting celestial technique. It was the Kenzo sect's doing. The 100 Victory Pass battle concerned the rise and fall of the 6 factions of the Cloud World. Even the Kenzo sect had to pay attention. As the next palace head of the 10,000 sword vast habitat, Ruotao represented the entire Kenzo sect here. On the other hand, the Buddhist faction needed to continue suppressing the tens of millions of corpse troops around the tomb and didn't have much strength to spare. Destroying his own wall? That might not be the case. If the Confucians and Demon Path can work together, then naturally Yin Yu wouldn't care. Suchen laughed coldly. With the 12 copper men and Wushang Yuan demons suppressing, he won't be able to do anything. Even if the 5 factions work together, he wouldn't fear them. Moreover, the Taoist faction would be happy to see this happen. As for Zhu Zi's Confucian faction, he would only try to persuade him. If he doesn't succeed, then he would just stand aside and watch. Who knows, he might be laughing. When the time is right, he would come out to clean up the mess. If Yin Yu wants to rule the country, he still needs to rely on the Confucians. As he said that, Suchin's face twisted. He was filled with rage and his eyes turned red. Jean Buhui just mocked him to wake Inu up and not let the same thing happen again. However, he was cut in half. That idiot's head is still hanging on the city gates of the imperial city. Those people don't know and thought that he was a traitor. Each time he passed, they would curse and spit. After he died, he was humiliated. Speaking of Jean Buhui, everyone present was silent. They were all familiar with Jean Buhui, and also knew that this person was Zhong Shou's sworn brother who had gone through life and death situations together. If Zhong Shou returned and knew that his sworn brother ended up like that, who knows how he would react. At this moment, Inu didn't have anything to worry about. However, De Qian couldn't appear. On one hand, his current strength wasn't enough. The celestial world was at its most dangerous moment. On the other hand, he couldn't. If De Qian sent an envoy to ask for Jean Buhui's corpse, wouldn't he be looking on as Jean Buhui betrayed the country? Kong Yao thought back to the past. At that time, didn't she see Inu as a wise ruler? However, looking from afar, she had a different feeling. A few years ago, just to recruit De Qian to fight against the Night Demon army, he treated her as a chess piece and abandoned her without hesitation. That time left a deep impression on her, and she felt really fortunate now. Inu isn't an arrogant person. His actions might be to anger His Majesty. 10,000 feet out, balls of flames were lit up. Those chariots were lit up one by one. The Shang army on the city walls had been cleared out. The main general, Ren Tianxing, walked over with a majestic gait, his eyes shining like stars. Do you remember what Inu told the envoy to convey a month ago? If you want reinforcements, you need Kong Shui to enter the imperial city as a hostage. If His Majesty gets angry because of this, he will send troops. He will fall into Inu's trap. Hu Zhongyuan clenched his fists, and his joints kept making cracking sounds. Inu's original words were, Zhen has seen his beloved concubine, Kong Yao. Her beauty is unparalleled in this world. I have been thinking about her, so I can invite her to the imperial city as a hostage. Between the two countries, it wasn't a big deal to use family members as hostages. However, hearing those words, he was obviously hinting that Emperor Yuanqin was drooling over Kong Yao's beauty. How was that the words of a wise ruler? Not only was it an insult to Zhong Shou, but it was also an insult to the entire De Qian Empire. Even thinking about it now, Hu Zhongyuan still felt indignant and humiliated. Those cabinet fellows are still asking for reinforcements? They know that it is impossible and still ask for it. They are just asking to be insulted. Old Prime Minister Ren was really muddle-headed. He knew that the Taishang Empire wouldn't send troops. The cabinet didn't do anything wrong. They just showed respect and acted righteously. Kong Yao shook her head and praised Ren Bo's actions. She also felt the same way about what Ren Tianxing said before. Inu obtained the 12 copper men, and with Li Bieshua as the grand teacher, he had the ability to support End-Realm experts. Everything he did was done with a sharp spirit. However, this person's strategy was really rare in the world. He beat up the Shi family such that Shi Qianli had no choice but to focus on attacking Jiangnan and not restrict the imperial family. He also infuriated Zhong Shou because of his intentions. He wanted to cause the De Qian Empire to be at a loss and cause more pressure on the Taishang Empire. Inu wanted to attack the aristocratic families in the country as well as the various vassal towns. Even if these powers knew that they couldn't win, they would still try their best to fight back and even fight to the death. However, compared to the De Qian Empire and the Dark Knight Demon Court, these aristocratic families would rather continue to coexist with the Taishang Empire. They weren't willing to be robbed by the Night Demon race or lose their power in the De Qian Empire. If Zhong Shou was really furious and tossed aside Tianfang Shiji, he would send troops to fight Shi Qianli. No matter who won or lost, Inu would be happy to see it happen. It was killing many birds with one stone. I still have the same thoughts as 2 days ago. This place is really dangerous, please move over to Jinling. Ren Tianxing stood like an iron tower and looked at Kong Yao stubbornly. With Ren Tianxing here, we will be able to defend for 10 more days. However, if anything happens to you, it will affect His Majesty's decision. 2 days ago, you said that His Majesty's whereabouts were unknown. You need to calm down the troops here. Now that His Majesty is about to return, you should be able to calm them down. Kong Yao shook her head and didn't care. The 12 copper men are in Yin Yu's hands and the Deqian Empire is in danger. Only by taking charge of this place can I help my husband. We can't lose this pass. I will defend this place until the end and live and die with this city. Ren Tianxing frowned and looked towards Hu Zhongyuan in annoyance. The latter looked at him helplessly. Kong Yao was really stubborn, and if she made up her mind, even if the mountains collapsed and oceans split, she wouldn't change her mind. How would he be able to persuade her? Ruotao and Suchen were filled with respect, thinking to themselves that as expected from Zhong Shou's woman, as expected from the famous commander, she had such courage. Standing here, she didn't need to give orders. The defending troops only needed to look at her and they would be filled with confidence. Kong Yao was really calm. She understood Ren Tianxing's worries, but she definitely wouldn't compromise. Only by defending here for a long time could she allow the Deqian Empire to recruit more troops. Only when Shi Qianli couldn't see any hope of taking down Jiangnan would he turn his attention back to the country. He would try his best to go up against Yin Yu and not rely on external forces to submit to Yin Yu. Only by using up all the finances of the Taishang would the Taishang have no choice but to raise taxes and continue to attack the aristocratic families. Only then would she be able to cause chaos within the country to fight back and restrict Yin Yu. Zhong Shou wasn't able to get the 12 copper men, so this was the only thing she could do for Zhong Shou. She was grateful for his help, and also for the relationship between husband and wife. What is that? Fire Crow? Did Fire Crow Demon Lord arrive? The discussions woke Kong Yao up. She raised her head and looked at the sky, only to see many red birds flying out from the clouds. There were more and more of them, covering the entire sky. They were all crows formed from spiritual flames. There were tens of thousands of them, and they seemed endless. Kong Yao's face sunk. If it was this person, then the battle today would be a little problematic. This person's strength was just late Saint Realm. However, his techniques were especially suitable for sieging. Originally, she wasn't afraid of this person. However, because the army was moved to the celestial world in Jinling, they had less than 500,000 troops. Dozens of miles away, a broken gong-like laughter spread from afar. Emperor Yuanchen has spoken. If Kong Yao is willing to surrender, he will spare Zhong Shou's life in the future. Chapter 1191. 7 days later, Zhong Shou woke up from his meditation. The essence energy and dragon energy within was enough for him to absorb for 3 more days before it dried up. However, for some reason, since a few days ago, Zhong Shou's heart started to jump. He had a feeling that something extremely bad was about to happen. This was why there were 3 more days before he could strengthen his physical body to another level. However, he wasn't prepared to continue. He used his spiritual sense and chanted. In an instant, the flow of the remaining essence energy sped up, forming a whirlpool and gathering into the formation. In front of Zhong Shou, it formed drops of transparent golden marrow liquid. It was round like amber. This was the essence energy marrow pearl, a method that ancient cultivators used to preserve essence energy. Actually, there was still a lot wasted, but it was better than giving it all up. To use it in the future, he just needed to melt the pearl. As for the dragon energy within, it was separated by the one origin sword. When all the essence energy formed into a pearl shape, Zhong Shou saved it. The fragment of the minor chiliocosm lost its support and disintegrated piece by piece. Zhong Shou was prepared. With a teleport, he brought Su Xiaoxiao and Chu Shui out of the space they were at. They entered the World River and avoided the space storm caused by the explosion of the fragment. Actually, with his cultivation, even if he didn't use spiritual sense, if he used his physical body to take it, he would still be unharmed. The reason why he avoided it was because he didn't want Su Xiaoxiao's injuries to worsen. It should have succeeded. Zhong Shou was filled with joy as he looked at the purple-gold heavy sword in front of him. He woke up at this moment because he was shocked by the bad feeling in his heart. It was also because this God-refined sword had finally crossed that boundary and raised to God realm. Red and white lightning covered it, striking the sword body and striking the artifact spirit. God artifacts also had a tribulation. After it passed, it would be the same as a cultivator stepping into end realm. The artifact spirit would exist forever and the God artifact itself wouldn't be damaged. Even if it was shattered by a more powerful divine treasure, it would be reborn and reconstructed after a period of time. Unless one person's Tao was forcefully snatched by a cultivator to merge with and form the foundations of the end realm. Divine treasures had a much easier time transcending the tribulation than cultivators. Although it had a spirit, it was still an inanimate object. But as the owner, he couldn't interfere and needed the God-refined sword to block it. Actually, the tribulation itself was also a process of self-tempering. Red and white lightning flashed and the God-refined sword spat out sword energy from time to time. Circling in the air, it was incomparably nimble as it tangled with these lightning bolts. Zhong Shou was observing quietly from the side. He was also concentrating on comprehending the Tao contained in the thunder tribulation. On one hand, he could consolidate and strengthen his Tao word. On the other hand, he could imprint his understanding of the Tao defiance tribulations into the God-refined sword. He couldn't attack directly, but there was no harm in using this indirect method. This made it even easier for the latter. He slashed out sword after sword, breaking apart the endless lightning bolts. The sword energy gathered and slowly spread 1,000 feet, lighting up the entire world river, until the last streak of light was ripped apart by the sword light. Only then did the unlimited sword light suddenly retract, the light retracting as it landed back in Zhong Shou's hand. Zhong Shou grabbed it and instantly felt like they were connected by flesh and blood. It was like he was grabbing onto the Tao itself. It was similar to when he held the Blood Moon Blade. Although the God-refined sword wasn't his second soul artifact, its artifact spirit had accompanied him for close to 10 years. Their minds were connected and normal God treasures and celestial weapons couldn't compare to it. What a beautiful sword, Chu Shui exclaimed and her eyes lit up. Only then did Zhong Shou notice that the sword itself was still purple-gold in color. Layers upon layers of scales covered the body of the sword, as if they were dragon scales. On top of those scales, there were numerous blood-colored veined patterns. It made this sword seem even more magical and beautiful, pleasing to the eye. These patterns should be Xiantian Dao patterns. Zhong Shou touched it with his hands. These Dao patterns were formed by the God-refined sword when it was struck by the tribulation lightning. It couldn't compare to the great Dao heaven marks in the imperial calamity facing true scripture, but it was really close. As for the God-refined sword, the number of Daos it contained was also unexpected. There were as many as 4. Retract God Technique, Refine God Technique, Pure God Technique, and Supplement God Technique. Each Dao didn't touch the source of the Dao. Apart from the second Refine God Technique, the rest weren't complete. However, they formed a flawless chain. The 4 Daos were pretty much perfectly merged. Zhong Shou sensed it for a moment and then he released the God-refined sword with a weird expression in his eyes. In his heart, he felt really regretful. Unfortunately, the last Dao wasn't complete. That supplement God technique wasn't just a simple supplement, but it filled up what the heavens lacked, making up for what the heavens lacked. Not only could it strengthen the God-refined sword itself, but it could also strengthen his body, his soul, his spells, and his martial path. Even what his Tao was lacking. Unfortunately, it was only half. Like how the Blood Moon Blade only had half of the Borrow God technique. Otherwise, this God treasure would be another half of the Xian increasing law containing wings. Who knows if it was because the heavens were jealous or if it was because Shi Zi thought about it 10,000 years ago that it wasn't perfect. As a result, the Xiantian Dao patterns formed after the God-refined sword couldn't be completed. What a waste! Zhong Shouxin felt regret. This God-refined sword could absorb and refine all things similar to soul essence and blood energy in the world. Refine and purify to strengthen one's body. When it entered the God treasure grade, it could increase strength by 9 times, body by 9 times, technique by 9 times. 9 was the extreme number, and the God-refined sword had already reached the limit of what it could strengthen. However, it couldn't be like the Xian increasing law containing wings, which could increase the quality. It caused the grade 12 world-destroying ability to be upgraded to grade 13 supreme. It caused his initial God realm strength to rise to late Saint realm, although it was a rare God weapon that everyone dreamed of. Compared to the latter, it was inferior. However, Zhong Shou was delighted about the other use of the sword. Refine. This sword could refine everything. It had the meaning of refining and refining. Originally, it didn't have much use, but with the word pure, the meaning was different. With a thought, a white flame burned in Zhong Shou's palm. First, it merged into his body. He could feel that the celestial power in his body was being burned. In just an instant, Zhong Shou knew. If he used the God-refined sword's self-generated fire to burn for a long time, his physical body and immortal power would definitely increase by 6 times compared to normal cultivation. He then let it into his soul and felt a piercing pain. There were also many small impurities that were being refined by the God-refining flame. Zhong Shou held an instant space dragon pellet in his hand. After a short while, his eyes were once again filled with ecstasy. As expected, it was useful. Recently, he had been worrying about the 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword artifacts and the Star Dao Bell. Although he had enough materials, he was unable to refine them. Normal spiritual flames were enough, but they couldn't allow him to perfectly merge his spiritual sense into these artifacts to be one with his mind. He could only slowly use his spiritual sense to carve them. He even thought about heading to the boundless world to search for a white hole. At this moment, the advancement of the God-refined sword solved his problem. He also came to a realization that this spirit-refining flame had no source and no substance. It was a flame without a source. It should be able to merge into any flame in just a few years. His 3,000 star falling and 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword formation would be able to take form. Unable to contain his joy, Zhong Shou directly kept the God-refined sword into his energy ocean to nurture. The soul ocean and energy ocean were the 2 cores in a cultivator's body. The soul ocean was occupied by the one origin sword so naturally, the energy ocean belonged to the God-refined sword. Then, he used his spiritual sense to cause the God-refining flame to spread throughout his body. Zhong Shou was prepared that from now on, unless there was a war, he would use this flame to burn his body every day. Coincidentally, a large amount of essence energy was forcefully injected into it and much of it couldn't be absorbed. This God-refining flame could help him refine it. Although this God-refined sword was strong, close to several times stronger than the Blood Moon Blade, could allow a half-step end realm to have initial end realm combat strength. However, in terms of itself, its support ability was stronger than its combat ability. Helping others in their cultivation could save them 6 times the effort. Such value was something that even 10 Blood Moon Blades couldn't compare to. To a certain extent, it could even be compared to the Xian increasing law containing wings. This God-refined sword has already advanced to a God weapon. I wonder what happened to the other 6 swords? The God-refined sword was the head of the 7 swords and was also the main sword. It had the most potential to advance, and the tribulation it went through would be sensed by the other 6 swords. In essence, it would also increase and form a chain effect. The chances of it advancing would also greatly increase. This was why Zhong Shou respected 10,000 years Shizi a lot. He only needed 2 out of the 7 swords to advance. As for the other swords, there was no chance of them failing. It was a full set of Hotian killing god weapons. They were powerful when they were born, and once they were combined, they would be no match for someone like Li Bieshue. Even half a step true realm could. Zhong Shou's eyes flashed and he instantly understood. This set of swords was not only used to protect the sect but also to deal with that person hiding behind the scenes. A top expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Shizi. His heart stopped once more. Zhong Shou's face instantly turned ashen white and he woke up from his deep thought. A sudden impulse to connect with the heavens and earth. This was an ominous sign that couldn't be more real. Before this, there was the black dragon energy blocking. Only after these few days did he sense it, but it was really blurry. Speaking of which, that bad omen had already happened a few days ago? What was it? Chu Shui didn't understand and asked worriedly, "Young master, is there something wrong with the god-refined sword?" Shui looks decent, at least it is much stronger than my blood moon. No. Zhong Shou shook his head and suppressed his emotions. Anyways, let's go back first. Su Xiaoxiao had already rebuilt her foundations, but she was still relying on those 9 top celestial treasures to extend her life. The most urgent thing was to return to the common people's vast habitat to find Xian Shuang. Then, he would ask in detail what had happened in the past month. Chapter 1192. After leaving this world river where the void power was unstable, Zhong Shou drove the royal demon god shuttle and headed towards the cloud world. The space storm caused by the world explosion of the Qin Emperor tomb was still sweeping nearby. It caused Zhong Shou's speed to greatly decrease. It wasn't to the extent where normal cultivators found it hard to move. However, the royal demon god shuttle was more or less affected, like it had entered the Shuang Ocean. It caused Zhong Shoxin's heart to sink once more. This space storm covered 60 worlds. The celestial world was also within this range. If the Deqian wanted to send troops to the outer region, they would definitely be affected. Only Earth-grade warships could safely travel through the spacetime storms. So, the speed of transporting troops and replenishing wouldn't be ideal. One must know that the Deqian only had 20 over Earth-grade warships within the cloud world. However, thinking about it, if the Night Demon race wanted to invade here, they wouldn't have it easy either. He temporarily calmed down. Then, Zhong Shou saw 2 streaks of light heading over. One of them was Lin Suan and the other was Osamu Hara. The moment he got close, he laughed. I was wondering why an invincible person like you, Zhong Shou, would fall to such a small tomb? As expected, you are totally fine. Lin Suan's expression was really ugly. Do you know how long the 2 of us have been searching for you in this space? Shen Yuexian had rushed to the Tianfang world long ago. In the Qin Emperor's tomb, when the minor Kiliacosm collapsed, when the small world collapsed, Shen Yuexian had collected at least 20,000 puppet celestial soldiers that had lost control. No matter where it was, this strength couldn't be underestimated. However, after Shen Yuexian left, only she and Osamu Hara were searching for Zhong Shou. I'm really helpless. It's a long story. Zhong Shou shook his head and felt a little strange. Did Li Xian not tell him where I am? According to his plan, he only needed Li Xian to return with his edict. Song Xingdao and the Deqian ministers should have known his whereabouts and come looking for him. Li Xian? Lin Suan angrily said. He said that your current situation is special, but I don't know who will believe him. That's why he refused to speak. He said that rather than taking the risk of revealing your whereabouts, it would be better for you to wait for them and return on your own. He had a weird expression on his face. This person should be that top general during the Qin dynasty. However, he should have been a fiendish corpse. How did he become a living person? How did you manage to get him to work for you? I'm afraid it won't be easy to convince him. It's a coincidence. I happen to have an artifact that can restrain this person. Zhong Shou smiled and explained simply. Then, he asked solemnly, what happened in the cloud world? During these few days, I have been feeling uneasy and unable to calm down. Just as he said that, he saw that Lin Suan was silent and apologetic. Zhong Shouxin's heart skipped a beat and he knew that the situation wasn't good. Osamu Hara sighed and said with a slight headache, the Dark World Demon Court has already invaded the Celestial World. I heard that they have 10 Jiadu ministers. Inu got the 12 copper men and also invited Li Bieshue to become the Deqian Grand Teacher. Recently, he has been really arrogant. However, most importantly, it is Jin Buhui, that fool. South of Yangtze River, east of Jinling City. On the wide black and white Taiji stone altar, two people sat opposite one another. This was the newly renovated heaven-worshipping altar within the Deqian capital. Jinling was one of the subsidiary capitals of the Taishang and had a palace and a complete official residence. It was built when the Taishang was at its peak and was kept well. Over the years, the Shang Emperor would visit. This was why the Deqian dynasty benefited from it. They just needed to fix it up and didn't need to spend money. This heaven-worshipping altar was the same. It was several times more majestic than Gantian Mountain, and its location was also really good. It was 99 feet tall and located at the spiritual eye. It was made of top-quality stone. From here, one could look over the stone walls and see the scenery outside the city. One could see many turreted ships clashing and killing one another. Many ships were transporting the Taishang troops across the river and disembarking on the south shore. The entire Jinling city was in a state of war. 300,000 soldiers defended the four sides of the city walls. There were also 100,000 troops defending the streets and suppressing the city. However, Kong Rui didn't care. Although the Shang army was strong, half of the elites were wiped out in the God-Falling Plains battle. At this moment, most of them were newly added troops. To try to take down a city like Jinling in a short time was just wishful thinking. At this moment, what he cared more about was the person in front of him. The Emperor's star moves to the left. This is the dragon swimming out of the abyss. His spiritual sense shone into the sky. Kong Rui's eyes were filled with excitement. Then, he looked opposite him with a questioning gaze. Does Senior Mingri Xian agree? Mingri Xian broke out into a laugh. It seems like His Majesty has broken out. Congratulations. Actually, Governor Kong is a divination expert, so why do you need to ask me? Kong Rui smiled and said seriously, since I was born, I have heard about Mingri Xian's name. Although you aren't the ancestor of all divination experts like us, you are a link between the past and the future. However, he was also a grandmaster who connected the past and the future. This is why I would like to ask for your guidance. He smiled. Why don't you and I have a bet? How long will the Taishang country live? The rise and fall of the Deqian country. Is this a test? A weird expression appeared on Mingri Xian's face. When did a junior who was 10,000 years away dare to test him? However, the person in front of him barely had the right. He raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw that there was an emperor's star that was especially bright. It was like it was absorbing nutrients, causing the dozens of stars around to dim. Even the 2 stars that could go up against it a month ago were suppressed. At this moment they were suppressed. Actually, at this moment, the stars were in chaos once more. They were covered by layers of power and were thrown into chaos. He was one of them. The stars that he was looking at now were the ones that appeared after Mingri Xian removed numerous illusions. He didn't know if it was right or wrong, but he could only use this to deduce the direction of the world. The dragon swallowing situation hasn't been solved, but the dragon has already left the abyss. This is a new situation, the dragon in the 9 heavens, causing chaos. How long will the Taishang country live, so why does it need to be different? It is just the final radiance of the setting sun, unable to escape from the calamity. As for the Diqian, Mingri Xian closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. After a long while, he opened his eyes. This is energy swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. His eyes were filled with disbelief. To be able to deduce such a situation was far from what he had expected. Kong Rui's eyes were filled with shock. He could only deduce the dragon in the 9 heavens. After which, it was out of his ability. Compared to Mingri Xian, there was still a gap between his cultivation and Mingri Xian's. Thinking about it seriously, Kong Rui smiled. It seems like great minds think alike, but other people might not see it that way. He then said emotionally, "Then let's take a gamble. As for the last sentence, I am willing to submit a letter to ask His Majesty to make you the Grand Teacher of Great Qian." Mingri Xian was slightly stunned. He only came here hoping that he could get Kong Rui's forgiveness and obtain the title of Protector of the Great Qian dynasty, so as to gather more luck for himself. He didn't expect Kong Rui to be so noble. The ancient Qi refinement warriors used Qi to cultivate. If one's energy was good, they would improve quickly. If one wasn't, it would be like a boat going against the current. Therefore, in the eyes of the Qi refinement warriors, the title of Grand Tutor of the Great Qian dynasty was no different from the top treasures in the world. Energy was like a stream, and the water would be thin if there was too much, so one had to cherish it. Kong Rui was obviously a Qi refinement cultivator. With the help of his position as the imperial astronomer, he reached the immortal stage in just a few years. It was hard to imagine that this person would give up the position of Grand Teacher. He was shocked, but his reaction wasn't slow at all. "Why do you need to do that?" Mingri Xian didn't have such intentions. "Are you being pretentious? Since we are both Qi refinement warriors, I can understand your intentions." Kong Rui smiled. "My daughter is not only the commander in Diqian, but she is also His Majesty's concubine and is connected by blood. If I don't want to be punished by the heavens, then it is best if you give up the position." As he said this, he smiled. "Moreover, I have something to ask of you." Mingri Xian thought about it, and that was really the case. However, Diqian Grand Teacher? It was tempting, but he had to think about it. He was thinking about why Kong Rui would ask him for help. Moments later, he understood. "Is it for the 100 Victory Pass battle? I heard that concubine Kong Yao is personally in charge?" Kong Rui nodded his head expressionlessly. "That's right. I would like to invite you to cast a spell with me to summon the wind and rain." Mingri Xian knew that 100 Victory Pass was trapped by Fire Crow Demon Lord. To counter this person, one had to gather large amounts of water energy. He was also clear that this was Kong Rui's true condition. If he wanted the position of Grand Teacher, he had to do something for Diqian before he could ask. He had already made up his mind, but Mingri Xian still smiled. "Now is the 7th month, it is a dry summer. To summon the wind and rain at 100 Victory Pass is going against the heavens. Not just 100 Victory Pass, but the entire Jiangnan. As for going against the heavens? Since you have predicted that the Taishang won't be a problem, then whether or not you are going against the heavens or following the will of the heavens is another matter." Kong Rui was expressionless and wasn't tempted at all. "A few years ago, I divined that Kong Yao's fate. Since she changed her fate, there shouldn't be any calamities in her life. Her life will be peaceful." When he said that, he suddenly paused and looked coldly into the city. Dozens of houses in the city were suddenly on fire, flames surging into the sky. Numerous people ran out of the originally quiet streets in panic. The entire city was in chaos. Kong Rui wasn't surprised and just sighed. You are asking to die. Unfortunately, you have dragged down the people of the city. Within the city, Zhong Yuan was in charge of defending. Coincidentally, there was also Hu Qianxiu who could help. The chaotic situation wasn't much of a problem. Mingri Xian smiled and didn't say a word. He understood why Kong Rui wanted to make Jiangnan rain heavily. Only such a method could slow down the various actions. At this moment, a chuckle was suddenly heard. However, in my eyes, you are asking for death. Mr. Kong Rui, you are the one who doesn't know the meaning of death. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1193. However, in my eyes I don't care. Mr. Kong Rui, you are the one who is asking to die. Along with the voice was a silver-armored middle-aged man. He held a red tasseled spear and walked over in the night sky. The red flames lit up the entire Jinling city like it was daytime. It also dyed the silver armor on his body red. He gave off a majestic aura, and from 1,000 feet away, the spear intent had locked onto Kong Rui's soul. That pound of qi suppressed the temple of heaven even more firmly. So the reason why you're causing trouble at night is actually because of me. Kong Rui was enlightened. The dozens of fires were just to draw the attention of the Deqian and Song Xingdao Kenzo sect experts away. And these people's target was him, Kong Rui, from beginning to end. He didn't feel nervous at all. However, after thinking about it, he still didn't understand. For me alone, such a price, it doesn't seem worth it? The dozens of houses on fire seemed simple. However, under the Gon army's tight defense, who knew how many connections the person opposite him used? How many experts were sacrificed? As for him, he was just a small imperial astronomer and was of no use to Jinling City's defenses. Mingri Xian's lips curled up, thinking to himself that the person involved couldn't see clearly. That silver-armored middle-aged man casually explained, "How is it not worth it? With Mr. Kong Rui. I think your daughter will think about the future of the two of you at 100 Victory Pass." Kong Rui was stunned. So it was for Kong Yao. He nearly forgot about that. Looking at the situation, they wanted to capture him to threaten Yao. This move really hit the nail on the head. With Yao Er's personality, she definitely wouldn't betray Zhong Shou. However, if anything happened to him, she would feel guilty and might even follow him. He was slightly furious, but he calmed down. Instead, he felt that it was really preposterous. Why? What benefits does your Yang family gain by rebelling? If you return to Taishang rule, will that Inu emperor allow you to do anything? You should know the current Taishang political situation. On the contrary, our Deqian didn't make things difficult for your Yang family. The outcome of the battle between Shanghai and Gan has yet to be decided. Marquis Yuaning, don't you think your actions today are risky? His title in Taishang 2,000 years ago was Marquis Yuaning, and his name was Yang Xing. He was one of the core members of the Yang family in Jiangnan. The silver-armored middle-aged man walked over step by step, and a series of cracking sounds came from the spiritual barrier outside the heaven altar. Although there was a protective array near the Temple of Heaven, it was only set up in case of an emergency. In front of a saint-level expert like him, it was like a thin piece of paper. He tore it apart effortlessly. Never made things difficult for you? What a nice, never made things difficult for you. Marquis Yuaning's face was full of mockery. Ever since the Deqian took over, our Yang family's territory has been reduced by 70%. 90% of the children of officials were dismissed. The various shops are also struggling to operate. Is this what you mean by not making things difficult for them? As for Taishang, since Emperor Yuanshan wants our Yang family to help, then naturally we have a promise and we need to pay a price. Kong Rui couldn't help but frown. Sharing land is our Deqian policy. However, we aren't forcefully taking it, but buying it at the same price. Our finances are limited, so we are just delaying it. His Majesty has always kept his promises and is respected as the saint ruler. How would he break his promise to you? As for being dismissed, don't take out those spoiled children of your family to embarrass themselves. In the future, the people will take over. With your young family's reputation and strength, it is easy. As for business, there is no way. Your young family is used to being arrogant. Officials and merchants working together to do proper business. Naturally, you are at a loss. You need to change to some truly talented people. Shut up. Yang Xing hollered coldly and forcefully interrupted Kong Rui's words. No matter how nicely you say it, if this goes on, our young family will fall apart in a few hundred years. It is just a matter of time. Your Majesty Yuanqin has already taken control of the 12 coppermen, so why must our young family wait for death? Kong Rui was instantly speechless. This Yuaning Marquis really hit the nail on the head. Zhong Shou's method was to use a soft knife to cut meat. These aristocratic families might be able to survive at the start. However, a few hundred years later, they would all disappear. You can't answer? Yang Xing took another step forward and was only 100 feet away from the altar. Only the last spiritual barrier was still blocking in front of him. Actually, why do you need to persuade me? Since we have already clashed, our Yang family and Deqian have no room for negotiation. If Kong Rui is willing to surrender and not cause trouble, I can guarantee that unless I have no choice, I won't harm you. Just as he said that, he saw Kong Rui shake his head with a weird expression. Then, he looked opposite at the weird cultivator who was wearing a red feather robe. Just as he was thinking about who this person was, looking at his dressing, he seemed to be a necromancer. Kong Rui asked, "Do you know the identity of the person in front of me?" Before Yang Xing replied, Kong Rui answered on his own, "This person is called Mingri Xian, an ancient legendary necromancer. His achievements are only below Shufu's. However, in terms of divination, he is the top person 10,000 years ago. I think Yuaning Marquis has heard of him before?" Yang Xing's expression slowly turned cold. Mingri Xian, other people might not know about him, but he who came from one of the 5 aristocratic families knew about him. This person in front of him was really Mingri Xian, so why was he here? However, he heard Kong Rui laugh. "Sir, you are interested in joining the Gan dynasty. He wants to use the position of Grand Teacher to protect you. I have already agreed to recommend him." His smile had no warmth at all. Naturally, he didn't panic at all, just mocking intent. Yang Xing was shocked. Mingri Xian? Grand Teacher? Legend had it that Mingri Xian was the top divination expert in the world. 8,000 years ago, he predicted the future and deduced the past and pretty much never made a mistake. This was why he was so famous and shocked the 5 continents of the cloud world. Such a person would naturally be able to discern between good and bad, and foresee both good and bad fortune. However, at this moment, he wanted to join the Gan dynasty, to join the Deqian dynasty, which was facing internal and external problems. What was the reason for this? Oh right. Apart from divination, this person's strength was also amazing before the Cloud Desolate era. He was pretty much the same as top Saint Realm experts like Shufu and Long Ying. Since this person was here, then the cultivator in the feathered robe and star crown turned his head with a weird expression. "Is your Yang family a bunch of fools?" A short sentence caused Yang Xing's heart to race. It wasn't just this sentence. The surrounding aura had also suddenly become viscous. Spiritual energy was restless and the energy cycle was close to breaking. This was the fate Tao. Yang Xing's pupils constricted. He instinctively thought back to what his granduncle had said when he described the fate god art. If one was unlucky, one could even choke to death when drinking water. At this moment, The flawless celestial power in his body was close to going out of control. What should have been the most impossible situation had actually occurred in his body. All of a sudden, he was unable to move and could only look forwards in a daze. As you said, they really don't know their place. With His Majesty's personality, this Jiangnan family is going to be wiped out? Mingri Xian's words sounded like they were just an aristocratic family. It was like they didn't exist anymore. That might not be the case. Kong Rui laughed. He didn't think much of it. His Majesty follows the law, especially the laws he set himself. He won't casually drag them down and won't deal with them. However, since it is a crime of treason, then no matter what happens to the Yang family, other people won't be able to say anything. Laws? In other words, as long as they are his people, they won't go against his laws. Then, no matter how they offend him, they will be fine? Mingri Xian was deep in thought. Seeing Kong Rui smile and not speak, he knew the answer. He instantly laughed. Even the few ancient saint emperors didn't have such magnanimity. No wonder he is the saint ruler of the world. He sighed, what a waste. Actually, they were just a few days away and the outcome wasn't decided yet, so they jumped out. Even if they dragged on for a while, they could have asked for more. However, a single mistake would cause the destruction of their family. The entire Yang family is so dumb. Yang Xing was furious when he heard this, but he couldn't do anything. His spiritual sense couldn't control the aura around his body. Not only within his body, but the celestial power in his body clashed and became more and more intense. It was the same even within his soul. His Tao foundations shook and his soul ocean shook. Slowly, several streaks of blood appeared in his 7 orifices. Kong Rui was surprised and looked at the other side in confusion. Mingri Xian was really calm and said casually, "You know that what I cultivate is the ancient heaven-predicting luck technique?" Seeing Kong Rui nod his head, Mingri Xian continued, "Fate predicting is my specialty. So, Shenwu first year, 14th day, Jinling Heaven Altar, Taishang Yuaning Marquis Yang Xing died due to his Tao foundations." The moment he said that, a large ball of blood exploded out from Yang Xing's mouth and nose. Kong Rui was slightly distracted. He knew that Mingri Xian was one of the top experts in the world, half a step to End Realm. His strength was just below End Realm. However, Yang Xing was at least initial Saint Realm. To become a saint in 3,000 years, his talent wasn't weak. However, in front of Mingri Xian, how could he not be able to fight back at all? He was pretty much deciding life and death. Even those End Realm Saint Venerables probably didn't have such ability. Was it a blessing or a curse for him to lead this person into Diqian? Don't think too much, I am just following the situation. Seemingly seeing what Kong Rui was thinking, Mingri Xian explained in a concise manner. This person only has 7 days of lifespan left. It's just that in my hands, I managed to bring forward the time of his death. Didn't Kong Jianjing say that it might not be going against the heavens to do whatever one wants in Jiangnan? Mingri Xian used this person's life to try and it really ended up like that. The loss of lifespan isn't much. Kong Rui's eyes lit up, then, in other words. Mingri Xian nodded. The Taishang will die in 7 days, so this Yang Xing will die too. Anyway, Inu doesn't have much time left. However, I don't know how your majesty will use it. Yang Xing listened on from the side and his chest was filled with shock. The Taishang would die in 7 days, so he would die in 7 days? How was that possible? The Yang family also had people who were good at reading the stars. However, the results were totally different from the two of them. At this moment, Emperor Yuanqin should be at his peak. To be continued. Chapter 1194. Buhui was sliced at the waist and is still hanging on the Imperial City wall? Zhongsho was stunned and didn't say a word. He thought to himself that Yin Yu still attacked in the end. He only thought that Emperor Yuanqin wasn't a dumb person. However, he didn't expect him to be so scheming. At this moment, he couldn't wait any longer. The rage and sadness in his heart couldn't be any greater. However, at this moment, Zhong Shou wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Jin Buhui, that dumb person, could have escaped from Taishang long ago. He knew that the situation was like this. Taishang was totally rotten from top to bottom. He alone couldn't change the situation. However, he was still so dumb and allowed Yin to do whatever he wanted. What's wrong with staying obediently in the imperial prison? He treated it as secluded meditation to cultivate. After waiting for a few years, naturally he would be able to come out. However, he still had to say those inappropriate words to provoke Yin. Didn't he know that this was a dead end? No matter what happened to Taishang in the future, whether it was prosperous or weak, Yin wouldn't allow him to stay. Osamu Hara wasn't just talking about Jin Buhui. There was also Yin who praised Kong Yao's beauty and said that he wanted to use Kong Yao as a hostage. Zhong Shou didn't care much about all this. It wasn't that he wasn't angry. However, with his shrewdness, he wouldn't lose his mind when he knew that Yin was trying to anger him. That Emperor Yuanqin could at most take advantage of him verbally. However, he paid attention to the 100 Victory Pass. Who knew what the situation was like over there? Shi Qianli's entire army was here, but De Qian needed to retract one of his arms and use his strength elsewhere. Zhong Shou could pretty much imagine that Kong Yao was in a tough spot, unable to care about anything. Taking in a deep breath, Zhong Shou's fists cracked. He clenched them tightly and suppressed the rage in his chest. How did Wushang Yuanmo become the Taishang state teacher? End Realm cultivators had an agreement not to interfere in Cloud World matters. The matter of Jin Buhui, who was the first to impeach him. Those great clans and high-ranking officials should know the consequences of offending me. I don't know about Li Bieshue. I only know that this person suddenly appeared in front of the Fenghua Palace and caused an uproar. However, if he really joined forces with Yin, with the 12 copper men as his main force, even if dozens of End Realm experts worked together, he wouldn't be afraid. Naturally, I don't care about the agreement. This time, the one who answered was Lin Suan. She also found it strange. Li Bieshue's actions were simply reckless. It's as if they no longer care about the survival of the demonic path, as if they have nothing left to lose. What Lin Suan said was only a guess, but Zhong Shou already understood a little. Li Bieshue naturally knew that after the Qin Emperor tomb battle ended, the two of them couldn't live under the same sky. He was also worried that common people's vast habitat would be surrounded by 5 End Realm experts, or that the wings would fall into Xiuguan's hands. With Song Shengdao's strength, if he was willing to pay a price, Li Bieshue would definitely die. Forming an alliance with Yin was both unexpected and within reason. However, what was going on with Jin Buhui? It is Zhuoxin, the current left imperial censor, Hanlin scholar. Osamu Hara laughed coldly. In the past, he was Jin Buhui's teacher. He probably wanted to cut ties with Jin Buhui. He wanted to show that he placed righteousness above family to gain fame. Or maybe someone was controlling him from behind the scenes. Zhong Shou could feel that the air he exhaled was burning hot. The blood in his body felt like it was burning. Zhuoxin? It seemed like this person's memory wasn't just a little bad. His words were tossed to the back of his head by this person just like that? The smile on Zhong Shou's handsome face became even brighter. However, it made one feel a bone-chilling coldness. Green veins popped out at the corner of his forehead. Chu Shui held her breath and felt a chill down her spine. She felt that Zhong Shou's rage wasn't the same as when Su Xiaoxiao killed herself in the underground palace. That rage resulted in 15 Saint Realm experts falling to Zhong Shou's hands. Then, what would the outcome be this time? Osamu Hara wanted the world to be in chaos, continuing to scoff coldly. What are you still thinking about? If I were you, I would send troops to wipe out the Taishang. That Jin Buhui is stupid and can't be saved, so he can't blame others. However, his woman was humiliated, so he had to make that Yin pay the price. The rise and fall of the cloud world, the life and death of the people. The Taoist faction didn't care, the Confucian faction didn't care, the Taishang was even more confident. Why do you need to care, Zhongsho? What big picture? Why don't you just give up on the celestial world? Who cares about the dark world demon court? Lin Suan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was both his strength and his weakness. Luckily, the ruler of Deqian was Zhongsho and not Osamu Hara. Brother Yuan's words aren't appropriate. Zhongsho closed his eyes and thought. A moment later, he shook his head and opened his eyes. For the billions of Deqian people under his rule, he definitely wouldn't abandon the celestial world. This was the responsibility of a ruler. If the Dark World Demon Court could only attack the Taishang and the other countries of the Cloud World, then he wouldn't bother about the lives of others. However, at this moment, the celestial world was the only place that could stop the Night Demon army and spread the flames of war to the Cloud World. This was why he couldn't attack the Taishang at this moment. Just as Osamu Hara scoffed coldly, filled with unhappiness, Zhongsho suddenly said. However, when he heard his tone, there was a sudden change, and he became serious. It seems like I am too kind, which is why everyone dares to offend me and plot against me. Time after time, I am so happy. Today, I won't return to Gantian Mountain. Senior Master Xianxian, please send a message to me in 3 days, July 20th. I will personally head to the Imperial City to ask for Jin Buhui's corpse. I will also take Yinyu's head as a sacrifice to my friend. Everyone says that I am the Blood Sword Monster Lord, invincible in the world. Since I am the overlord of the world, how can I allow others to bully me? The last 2 sentences were practically enunciated word by word, resolute and decisive, and his words were like a stone. Osamu Hara and Lin Suan's expressions changed. Personally head to the Imperial City to ask for Jin Buhui's corpse, and also take Yinyu's head as a sacrifice to my friend. What kind of joke was this fellow playing? No matter how weak the Taishang was, during these few years, Yinyu had recruited a few Saint Realm venerables. There were 4 aristocratic families and 1 million troops. There were the 12 copper men and Wushang Yuan demon Li Bieshu. At this moment, even if an End Realm cultivator got close, they would be in danger of dying. For Zhongsho to head over, how was that different from asking to die? Even Osamu Hara regretted it. Did his words provoke Zhongsho? Leading an army to attack was totally different from charging into the enemy's capital alone. However, Zhongsho's eyes were really serious and didn't look like he was joking at all. Senior Master Xian Shuang. I want to ask if I have a chance, if I can kill Wushang Yuan Demon Li Bieshue in the Imperial City without any losses, would Song Xingdao be interested? Lin Suan was stunned. Listening to Zhongsho's tone, it seemed like he was a teacher. Did Zhongsho really have some confidence? Hesitating slightly, Lin Suan considered her words. When senior brother Shizi fell, Li Bieshue was also involved. Senior sister Yuanjing has always suspected that he has a portion of Shizi's body where it was sealed. If I can take revenge, Song Xingdao will naturally go all out. However, Xiuguan has other matters and isn't here. There is no need for Senior Master Xiuguan to attack. Zhongsho shook his head. Seeing the confusion on their faces, he didn't understand and opened his mouth. I roughly grasped the method to control the 12 copper men in the Qin Emperor tomb. There is no need to worry about Yinyu. We will talk about the details later. He waved his sleeves and pulled the blue fire Xian turtle that carried Su Xiaoxiao in front of him. Senior Master, please help me return to the common people's vast habitat and ask Master Xian Shuang to help her wake up. Zhongsho needs to visit someone. Whether or not this battle goes as I wish depends on this person. If I go late, that person might have already left the cloud world. A bright glow flashed in Lin Suansuan's eyes. To control the 12 copper men, was that true? If that was the case, then not only was the imperial capital not a den of tigers and wolves, but it was also the home ground of Zhong Shou and Song Xingdao. Osamu Hara was pumped up. If that was the case, then this Li Bieshue had really found a path to death. Zhong Shou didn't bother about the two of them, and stepped into the void on the other side. Lin Suansuan thought about something and said seriously, "Don't forget that the celestial world is in a tight situation. Without reinforcements, they won't be able to last for half a month." Zhong Shou paused and then continued forwards. There was no need for half a month. In 10 days, he would give the Dark World Demon Court a huge surprise. After separating from Lin Suansuan and Osamu Hara, Zhong Shou didn't even bring Su Chu Shui with him. He used the unlimited beginning and end movement technique to activate the Royal Demon God Shuttle. His body was like lightning as he sped towards the outer regions of the cloud world. The current atmosphere was totally different from when he had just exited the cloud world. When he was in the spirit realm, he spent close to a month heading to the celestial world. At this moment, he just needed a day. He was 30 times faster. With the instant space dragon pellet, he could teleport. In just 2 days, he was hundreds of worlds away. He sensed something and Zhong Shou's Royal Demon God Shuttle changed directions. Not long later, he saw a few streaks of light in the void. They seemed to have noticed Zhong Shou's arrival and stopped. The one at the helm was Shufu. At this moment, his eyes were filled with doubt and confusion as he looked back at Zhong Shou. Zhong Shou stopped the Royal Demon God Shuttle and appeared roughly a breath away. "I thought that Mr. Shufu would stay in the cloud world for a while." Shufu broke into a laugh. "The Qin Emperor tomb has been destroyed and everything has ended. There is nothing in the cloud world that makes me reluctant to leave. Things have failed and everything has become a dream. I am prepared to return to Penglai to await death. However, I am surprised that Your Majesty was able to chase over." Zhong Shou was lucky and swallowed a lot of dragon energy in Offing Palace. "I was fortunate enough to sense a portion of the Qin Emperor's true spirit, which was why I was able to find your location." Shufu's expression changed slightly, but Zhong Shou still used a calm tone to speak. "If you are worried that your true spirit was swallowed by me, then don't worry. At that time, the Qin Emperor corpse wasn't in the underground palace." This was something that Zhong Shou found weird. At the same time, the Mountain River Pearl and the Son of Heaven's sword disappeared. When the Qin Emperor tomb collapsed, it was nowhere to be seen. This was also one of the reasons why the 9 celestial treasures replaced it and gathered dragon energy. Chapter 1195. Not in the underground palace? Shufu was stunned and then his expression relaxed. So this was the reason for the dragon swallowing situation. The person in front of him was the true Son of Heaven. Although Zhong Shou sensed the Qin Emperor's true spirit, it was at most a portion of it and it wasn't a threat to him. He smiled. "So that is the case." Shufu misunderstood. "However, from what I see, Your Majesty should have just gotten out? Crossing hundreds of worlds in 2 days, what is the matter?" Not only Shufu, but even Zhongshuan and the few disciples behind him were curious. Being stared at, Zhong Shou didn't care at all. "I want to take Yin Yu's life. Unfortunately, I don't have enough people, so I would like to ask Mr. Shufu if you are willing to help me?" Shufu was startled when he heard that and was speechless. Zhongshuan's body shook. Apart from disbelief in his eyes, there was also a little anxiousness. "Your Majesty's words have really shocked me. Please forgive me for losing my composure." After a short while, Shufu recovered. His expression was really complicated. A month ago, he predicted that Yin Yu's Taishang wouldn't have much time left. However, he didn't expect that this matter would actually have something to do with him. However, your Majesty is going to be disappointed. I think your Majesty should know that not only does Yin have the 12 copper men, but he can also use the Qin Emperor True Spirit God restriction to restrict me. For me to leave now, it is because I am in despair and also because I want to avoid trouble. Zhong Shou didn't wait for Xufu to finish, waving his sleeves and interrupting. You and I both know what the 12 copper men are like. As for the Qin Emperor restriction, as long as it isn't a true spirit, it is of limited use to you. Don't use that as an excuse. Xufu's words were instantly stuck. The few people behind him were also stunned. They felt that Xufu's aura was totally suppressed. The Deqian Emperor in front of them was really overbearing. Su Fu's face alternated between green and white, and only after a short while did he speak again. However, this time, he simply chuckled coldly. Even so, Your Majesty, why should I, Su Fu, work for you? Zhong Shou took a closer look at Su Fu before shaking his head and saying, He's just nearing the end of his lifespan. Su Fu's expression remained unchanged. Anyone who was slightly observant would be able to see through his thoughts. Zhong Shou asked again, Su Fu, do you know Aokuren? Aokuren? The art of existence and extinction? It's like thunder in my ears. Xufu chuckled and said in a carefree manner, Your Majesty, are you trying to say that the art of existence and destruction can help me break free from the restriction? If Aokuren was an end-realm saint venerable, Xufu might have some hope. Unfortunately, Your Majesty ought to be clearly aware that the closer a formidable Grand Tao is to the quintessence, the more difficult it is to improve. Aokuren had used the dragon-devouring mystic art to take a shortcut to attain the Tao. In the future, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach End Realm. I probably won't be able to live until then. Then, he noticed that Zhong Shou had no intention to continue persuading him. Behind his back, a pair of silver-white wings suddenly spread out. They stretched 100,000 feet and pierced through the void between the two sides of the World River. Zhong Shou's eyes were expressionless as he looked over coldly, like a god looking down on the common people. Then, if I have these wings, what do you think? Su Fu's voice also abruptly trailed off, and his pupils had almost shrunk to the size of needles as he looked on with astonishment. This is the increasing law containing wings? He didn't know the name of this god treasure, but he could clearly recognize the increasing god technique within the white light. In that instant, he recognized the use of this item. This item could buff all things and increase all laws. Xufu's face twitched and he understood what Zhong Shou meant. A bit of hope slowly rose up in his eyes. Overlord appearing. So that was the case, so that was the case. A series of low murmurs could be heard. Zhongshuan's face was ashen white and he knew that Xufu was tempted. At this moment, he didn't know what to do and spoke up to stop him. However, breaking the Qin Emperor curse was Xufu's 10,000-year wish. It was also the last obstacle on his path to immortality. Not to mention that he couldn't stop him. Without the ability, even if he could, how could he speak up? However, Inu was also the lord of Zhongshuan and they had hundreds of years of relationship. At this moment, he didn't know what to do. His tone was cold. Based on what I know, your country has less than 1 million troops in the central continent. Do you want to sweep the world with such troops? If Inu dies, the Taishang will fall apart and the cloud world will be in chaos. At that time, war will break out and there will be numerous deaths. Has your Majesty thought about it? Zhong Shou coldly swept this person and didn't bother much. He directly disregarded this Zhongshuan. What does Mr. Xufu think? He wasn't willing for someone to face calamity because of him. However, if he had to choose between the Deqian people and his country, he would definitely choose the former. As long as the Deqian country was peaceful, then even if the world was in chaos, what did it have to do with him? The trip to the imperial city wasn't just for Jin Buhui. He was prepared to totally solve this problem before the battle with the Dark World Demon Court. He had to get rid of this problem. Shufu didn't think for long and asked once more, "If Li Bieshu dies, can Ao-kun help me remove the Qin Emperor curse?" "No." Zhong Shou shook his head without hesitation. Brother Ao has already injured his foundations due to the common people's vast habitat battle, delaying much of his cultivation. Even as my brother, how can I ask for it? We can talk about this 100 years later. Just this step will allow you to live forever and not fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Does Mr. Shufu think that just this matter alone will allow you to get it? At this moment, he wasn't the same as a few days ago. At that time, he was weak, and even if he had a good card in his hand, in front of an end realm, he had no room to bargain and could only be slaughtered. At this moment, the strong and the weak had changed positions. Today, even if Shufu didn't agree, he had no other choice. Shufu was a decisive person, and just thinking about it, he knew that unless he gave up on the idea of living forever, he would be at the mercy of others. His heart was filled with anger and hatred. He was being manipulated by a young man who was thousands of times younger than him. Such a feeling definitely wasn't good. He laughed bitterly and calmed down once more. He looked apologetically towards Zhongshuan. "Then, let's limit it to 100 years. I won't attack Inu." This was the condition that he raised. For 100 years, he would serve Deqian. As for Inu, he did it to calm Zhongshuan's heart. Actually, even without him, Inu's fate was already decided. Zhong Shou kept silent like he didn't agree or disagree with his words. Shufu calmed down and smiled once more. "However, if your majesty wants to kill an end realm Saint Venerable, there is a huge weakness. If this flaw is not fixed, your majesty's plan will definitely fail." Zhong Shou was stunned. He calmed himself down and listened carefully. End realm cultivators rely on the Tao and communicate with heaven and earth. They can predict the past and future. Although they aren't as good as those who specialize in divination, they can predict their own fortune. Normal cultivators had such an ability, and end realm cultivators could take it a step further. They could see the signs of life and death and sense killing intent and evil thoughts. This is why end realm Saint Venerables are tough to kill. Not only because of their cultivation, but also because before they face danger, they can predict it and avoid it. Zhong Shou was even more confused. Then, what was the explanation for Shi Zi's death and Xingxie and Kunming's death? Shufu continued. Shi Zi knew that it was dangerous, but he still went to die. As for Xingxie and Kunming, one just entered End Realm for less than a year and isn't much of a threat. Although the other has some cultivation, he is blinded by greed. The common people's path vast habitat battle involved dozens of end realm cultivators. With cause and effect entangling, it is normal for one to be unable to sense it. The two of them can't be compared to Li Bieshu. When he said this, Shufu waved his horsetail whisk and his lips curled up. "However, I do have a way to counter it. However, your majesty needs to remember that to prevent accident. It is best if we end this battle quickly." Zhong Shou's eyes squinted. He chased this person to increase his confidence in the battle a few days later. Who knew that he would gain such a thing from Shufu? End the battle quickly? He had such intentions. Kill Li Bieshue? 10,000 sword vast habitat, within the sword palace, Lingchen held a message talisman and his face was filled with shock. After being startled for a moment, he noticed that the few people in front of him were looking over with questioning gazes. He said solemnly, Song Xingdao sent a message saying that 4 days later, Zhong Shou will personally head to the imperial capital to take Yin Yu's head and kill Wushang Yuan demon Li Bieshu. As expected, the few of them had the same expression as Lingchen not long ago. Personally heading to the imperial capital, isn't he asking to die? They all thought to themselves that Zhong Shou had gone crazy because of the death of his friend. to take Yu's head in the imperial capital. Not to mention, the Taoist and Confucian factions definitely wouldn't sit still and do nothing. Even the 12 copper men and Li Bieshua himself. They would be able to bury the two factions. This matter is preposterous. The person who spoke was to the left of Lingchen, a fat old man who looked really friendly. However, as long as one's cultivation wasn't weak, one would be able to see that his body was covered in a sharp and unstoppable sword intent, showing off its sharpness. His surname was Jian and his name was Tongming. Within the Kenzo sect, he was the head of the 6 Saint Realm experts. Although the Kenzo sect and Deqian are allies, we rely on each other. However, the Kenzo sect definitely won't do such a stupid thing. It is indeed preposterous. However, even if Zhong Shou is crazy, Song Xingdao wouldn't follow him. There must be a reason. Sikong Fo was in deep thought. There's no rush to reject this matter. We can let Song Xingdao explain it in detail. Or maybe Xiuguan has already returned from the outer region, who knows? Xiuguan? Jian Tongming's expression calmed down. In these 2 days, there were indeed rumors that Xiuguan was about to return. I don't know where this rumor came from. If one added in Xiuguan, who was close to half a step to true realm, although this matter was dangerous, it wouldn't be so unreliable. However, was that possible? Chapter 1196. He more or less knew where Xiuguan went. Since it concerned Shizi, the chances of him returning were really small. However, it wasn't totally impossible. Lingchen's expression was weird. There was an explanation in the letter, but it didn't mention Xiuguan. It only mentioned that Zhong Shou should be able to control the 12 copper men. The moment he said this, the room became silent once more. Everyone exchanged glances with one another, their eyes filled with weird expressions. Control the 12 copper men? I heard that Shang Emperor Yu had swallowed the Qin Emperor's true spirit and is the master of the 12 copper men. How is he going to snatch it? Sikong Fo said curiously, however, if Zhong Shou really has a way, then Xiuguan's return is most probably a smokescreen to confuse us. Song Xingdao knew about the 12 copper men and was still prepared to attack the imperial city together with Zhong Shou. The Kenzo sect wasn't the only one who felt weird. However, if Xiuguan was added, then it didn't feel weird anymore. Then, how should our Kenzo sect reply? It isn't easy to reject, but the risk is too big. It isn't appropriate to agree just like that. After all, this concerns the rise and fall of our Kenzo sect, so we have to be careful. The room was in a heated discussion. Lingchen was also hesitating. This matter was really tough for him to make a decision. A wrong decision could cause the entire Kenzo sect to be in danger of being wiped out. It was better to head to the common people's vast habitat and ask Wei Su and Zhong Shou about it. Coincidentally, at this moment, a clear voice spread out from outside. There is no need to discuss this matter. Just replied Song Xingdao that our Kenzo sect will help. The few people in the room were all shocked as they looked outside. They saw a young cultivator wearing a white robe, carrying a sword on his back, his hair like a waterfall walk in like there was no one else around. The few Saint Realm venerables present all had solemn expressions. Greetings, sect leader. The person in front of him was the Kenzo sect's sect leader. 10,000 sword vast habitat and the head of the Kenzo sect. He controlled a sect and had close to 300,000 xiuzhe. Ling Chen also gave up the main seat and bowed as he asked, Sect Master, you said that you would do everything in your power to help, may I ask? Of course it's the Fulling Sword formation. The white-clothed swordsman spoke without hesitation. As for Jian Tongming, Sikong Fo and the others, they were astonished once more. In front of the so-called psychic sword formation, there were the words End the heavens and destroy the earth. Its full name was the Fulling Sword Formation of the Sky Extinction and Earth Extinction. This was the Kenzo sect's last resort apart from End Realm Expert. Even compared to Tsang Shengdao's common people sword formation, it wasn't much weaker. With the Kenzo sect's inherited divine weapon as the core, it required 1,000 immortal realm cultivators as the array foundation, 6 saint-level cultivators to suppress it, and a special array artifact to support it. This was one of the methods the Kenzo sect used to go up against end-realm experts. Seemingly noticing that Jian Tongming and the others didn't understand, the white-clothed swordsman casually said, "Before the Qin Emperor died, he crafted a country-protecting seal to replace the jade annulus of He family as the weapon to suppress the fate of the country. Legend has it that this item is the true core of the 12 copper men. However, few people have heard of this matter, so I guess that this item has fallen into the hands of He had already fallen into Zhong Shou's hands. There is no doubt about it," he leisurely explained. "Apart from that, the ancestor said that the dragon swallowing situation still hasn't been solved. The appearance of the overlord, the tiger swallowing 10,000 miles, it is a great sign." When he heard this, Jian Tongming's expression changed slightly. "Ancestor? Sibei Taoist Lord?" At this moment, he didn't have any doubts. This was the divination of the cloud world. One of the sources came from Sibei Taoist Lord. A look of excitement flashed in Ling Chen's eyes before he sighed. When the ruler was angry, blood would flow for 1,000 miles. If Zhong Shou really had the country-protecting seal in his hands, then be it Yin Yu or Li Bieshue, they were all walking on the path of death. He broke into a laugh. He knew the details. If it was the imperial city, they might not see it that way. Speaking of which, if the Kenzo sect agreed to participate, then, in the eyes of some people, they would be really dumb. Forget it, in a few days they would know. At the same time, Imperial City East City Wall. Zhuoxin stood behind the parapet with his hands behind his back. Beneath him was one of the 3 gates of the Imperial City East City, the Xianhua Gate. It was one of the most important entrances to the Imperial City. At this moment, within the 99 feet wide arched gate, there was an ocean of people and horses flowing in and out. Different from before, one could see that there was a head hanging on the city gate. The blood had dried up, the skin was ashen white. After being covered in incense and lime, there were no signs of it rotting, and it was perfectly preserved. One could roughly recognize that it was Jin Buhui's appearance. At this moment, pretty much everyone who entered or exited the city would look up curiously, weirdly, or in rage. Some of the more cultured ones would scoff coldly. Those ragged-clothed commoners spat out a mouthful of saliva and then cursed endlessly. Traitor! Unfortunately, His Majesty was merciful and only cut him in half. If it was death by 1,000 cuts, I would buy his flesh and eat it to vent my hatred. He is a traitor who harmed the country. During the Battle of the South a year ago, it was because of this person who sold the news that the Gon Emperor found out in advance. This resulted in the defeat of the God-falling plains. A person who betrayed the country for glory. That's right. If not, how would someone as wise as His Majesty fall to the hands of that Deqian? Recently, the various regions have been increasing taxes, making it hard for one to live. However, in the end, it was because of the defeat in the south. It was because of that bastard. He deserves to die. However, I also heard that the Deqian Emperor is a saint ruler that appears once in 10,000 years. This Jin Buhui is his sworn brother, and to be able to be friends with the saint ruler, how would his character be so bad? The saint ruler is the saint ruler, he is him. As a subject of the Taishang, he has a personal relationship with the ruler of the enemy country. Doesn't he deserve to die? Amongst which, there were some who were curious and didn't care about the current situation of the imperial city. I heard that after this Jin Buhui was cut in half, he struggled for a full day before he died. He dragged half of his body and used his blood as ink on the execution ground to write more than 3,400 laughable and lamentable words. In the end, both of his hands and fingers were chopped off before he stopped. He just went crazy before he died. Why didn't he write that he was wronged? Who knows, he might be able to get some sympathy. Actually, he wasn't totally dead. His soul was trapped here by the Spirit Master. He said that he wanted to personally witness the fall of the Taishang. Zhuoxin listened on quietly. A bunch of officials stood behind him. A short while later, the left imperial censor smiled. It seems like in this world, justice is in the hearts of the people. You are right. It seemed like he was talking to the people behind him. However, the people on the city wall all knew what he was talking about. From start to finish, Zhuoxin's words were only for the head on the city wall to hear. Within Jin Buhui's head, there was no reaction, it was like a normal corpse. His spiritual sense also didn't move at all. Normal people wouldn't be able to guess what he meant, but it wasn't hard for the few spirit masters who followed Zhuoxin here. Not long later, someone said, "This bastard said that at this moment we can naturally control public opinion and lie to the people, playing with knives and brushes. No matter how we try to cover up our mistakes, in just a few years, we will be able to return to our root. You all have harmed the country, this will be recorded in the history books. You will be infamous for 10,000 years. Let the people of the world remember. Infamous for 10,000 years? You are looking forward to the Deqian Emperor wiping out our Taishang to clear out your name, right?" Zhuoxin shook his head. He didn't think much of it. His heart pained. "It seems like you still don't know how to repent. I originally wanted to help you ask His Majesty for mercy, but now there is no need for that." His expression was filled with disappointment. "The things you mentioned in the memorial aren't unreasonable, but it isn't the time. You must know that ruling a country is like cooking a small fish. How can we mess around like you said? We are already on the verge of collapsing. If we make too much of a commotion, it will only cause the house to collapse in advance." The spirit master at the side half closed his eyes and listened attentively. A moment later, he considered his tone and said, "Since you say that ruling a country is like cooking a small fish, then moving troops, raising troops, 30 million troops to conquer the Deqian, is that cooking a small fish? You are blinded by greed, wanting to do great things, not knowing your own worth. The Taishang is rotten. If we don't get rid of the rotten meat, how can we recover? If we don't act decisively, we will end up in chaos." Could it be that he hoped that these country bugs would be able to govern the country well? Yuan Chun compromised, resulting in today's calamity. We just need one more step and the country will be wiped out, so why not be bold? Zhuoxin's face turned green from rage. His Majesty is wise, unifying the cloud world is right in front of us, so how can you criticize? Before the Battle of the South, His Majesty wanted to get rid of external problems before dealing with internal ones, so what's wrong with that? Today, the country policy is to clean up corruption and take back the power of the aristocratic families. Now you are here to nitpick. No matter what we do, you won't be happy, right? His Majesty has his own plans and doesn't need you to criticize him. You have grievances in your heart, those words are right. He laughed coldly. "Jin Buhui, do you know that a day ago your Majesty, the Deqian Emperor, was waiting for you? That Deqian ruler that you are looking forward to. He has already announced to the world that 4 days later, he will personally head to the imperial city to take your head and take your corpse back. This sworn brother of yours is quite affectionate towards you." When these words were said, within Jin Buhui's head, only then did his soul move intensely. Within his dry and withered eyes, there were actually tears dripping down. That spirit master. This time after a long while, he translated. He said that Zhong Shou didn't come for him but for the billions of Deqian people. He is willing to take the risk for the happiness of the people. That Deqian Zhong Shou is much stronger than our Majesty. As he said that, the spirit master was covered in cold sweat. There were some words that he didn't dare to say. He also said that Zhong Shou definitely came prepared and was at least 70% confident. If the Shang Emperor is smart, he should know that before we recruit enough Saint Realm experts, we can't deal with the 12 copper men. Although His Majesty has the true spirit of the Qin Emperor, he still needs to recruit Mahists to totally control it. At this moment, try to form a good relationship with the 4 aristocratic families and chase away Wushang Yuan Demon. Relying on the Taoist and Confucian factions to protect his life is the best plan. If not, 4 days later, he will be here to witness the death of the Taishang and the death of Your Majesty. Zuoxin was stunned. Although he knew that Jin Buhui wouldn't say anything good, he didn't say anything. However, the last sentence still surprised him. A moment later, he waved his sleeves. 4 days later, His Majesty will place Zhong Shou's head beside yours. There is no point in saying anything more, you can execute him now. Based on the Yuanshan decree a month ago, Jin Buhui's soul can be kept, but every 7 days, his soul can be killed. Chapter 1198. It was still in the Imperial City. Li Bieshue stood at the highest level of the 99-story stargazing tower. This was where Zhongshuan stayed, but after he took over as Grand Teacher. This stargazing tower belonged to him. At this moment, Inu was really calm as he sat behind. Did Grand Teacher Bieshue learn anything? Can Xiuguan really return to the cloud world? Li Bieshue laughed and shook his head. I am not Zhongshuan and don't cultivate divination. I don't understand the celestial phenomena and stars. As for Xiuguan, I still can't confirm it. However, he will return sooner or later, so why bother? While speaking, Li Bieshue's eyes were fixed on a point in front of him. It was a bit of blood. His soul essence blood was dark red in color. There were millions of demon path techniques in this region, and most of them were evil and weird. At this moment, what he was using was a technique called Purple Blood Profound Sense. It was a secret technique of the demon path that he had found before he came to the cloud world. Using his own essence blood to merge with 1,000 drops of purple placenta blood from different sources, he could deduce whether he was dead or alive within 100 days. The so-called purple placenta was a woman's placenta that needed to be removed before the baby was born. Each time he faced a huge matter, he would use it. Before he reached End Realm, he relied on this technique to escape death several times. After he reached End Realm, he placed his soul in the Tao. He became more and more sensitive to the mysteries of heaven and earth. After using this technique, his senses became clearer and clearer. He could pretty much see everything that happened to him during the day. Half a breath later, the dark red blood in front of him didn't change at all. Slightly confused, Li Bieshue didn't care and shook his head. The golden color of the blood represented good luck. When the blood turned black, it was a sign of danger. Throughout the process, Li Bieshue could see many phenomenons which could be used to confirm what happened in the future. However, today, he only saw a few scenes. One of them was when Zhong Shou stepped into the Imperial City. The other was when Zhong Shou was in a black lightning net like he was in a desperate situation. He was looking down coldly from the tower. Was there no change in the blood, because there were no surprises or dangers in the past 100 days? It was as if there was no luck at all, as if nothing had happened. Then why did he only see these few images? The situation was slightly different from before. Li Bieshue suddenly had an idea and thought back to Shi Zi's death, as well as the common people's vast habitat battle. Before the big battle, this purple blood mysterious sense had lost its effectiveness. In Shi Zi's battle, he could not sense any danger or mystery. During the vast habitat battle, he only knew that he would be fine. However, he didn't predict that Xingxia would die. Now that he thought about it, the current situation was normal. Although there were many End Realm experts in this battle, it wasn't enough to blind the purple blood mystical spiritual sense. Therefore, there was nothing wrong with this result. Inu didn't know the changes in Li Bieshue's mood in such a short time. With a smile on his lips, he spoke frankly. Hearing the imperial tutor's words, you seem to be very confident. However, I have also heard that Xiuguan is someone who has proven himself to be eternally indestructible. Although I have the 12 copper men, Before he finished, Li Bieshue interrupted him. In vain spirit slaughtering formation. Inu was stunned. Then, he heard Li Bieshue continue, 4 days later, I will lay out this formation in the imperial city. At that time, even if Xiuguan brings Tsang Xing Dao and the other 4 End Realm experts over, it will be okay. In vain spirit slaughtering formation? Inu didn't understand. However, seeing how confident Li Bieshue was, he knew that it wasn't a small matter. He smiled relaxedly. I will order the 4 aristocratic families to listen to imperial tutor's orders. I will also ask for help from Zhu Zi and the Taoist faction to help you. Zhu Zi? Taoist faction? Li Bieshue scoffed coldly. If I really lay out this formation, Zhu Zi and Qing Xian won't dare to take half a step into the city. As for the Yang and Li families, they might not be willing to go through fire and water for you. Inu didn't care. He was more confident in Li Bieshue. Even if they don't dare to enter, they can help out and restrict 1 or 2 of them. If you win, with Zhu Zi and Qing Xian, then Xiuguan and the others won't be able to escape from the cloud world. If they lose, they can also clean up the situation. Li Bieshue nodded his head. It was obvious that he agreed. Inu smiled with a dark and cold intent. As for those aristocratic families, it isn't up to them. Just as he said this, Inu thought about someone. If Cibei Taoist Lord and Xiuguan work together, what will happen? Cibei Taoist Lord was the head of the 3 Taoist faction Saint Venerables. Even if they split, the Taiqing Taoist faction cultivators still respected Cibei Taoist Lord as their ancestor. He was half a step to true realm and wasn't much weaker than Xiuguan. If the 2 of them worked together, then the situation would be really worrying. Cibei Taoist Lord? That's impossible. If he dared to appear in the cloud world, then he wouldn't have waited until now. If the Kenzo sect head is smart, then he definitely wouldn't interfere in this battle. Li Yuanma waved his sleeves to express that it was okay. As for the reason, he didn't say, but his tone was really firm. His eyes moved slightly as he looked into the distance and laughed. Your subject Suixin has entered the palace to seek an audience. Along with him is the Yang family head. It is as your majesty expected. At this moment, Inu's eyes were like a sharp eagle as he looked down from the 99th layer. As expected, 2 people walked into the palace gates one after the other. Suixin should have come to report on his orders. As for the Yang family head Yang Yihan, he came to show his loyalty. He couldn't help but scoff coldly. The 5 big families were all good at judging the situation. If not, how could they have lasted from the cloud desolate era until now? He had already hesitated for a full day. If he still hadn't made a decision, then he would really be disappointed. The Deqian was facing problems both internally and externally. The 10 Jiddu ministers of the Dark World Demon Court were attacking the Celestial World. The 5 states of Jiangnan were also in danger. However, Zhong Shou did such a stupid thing that no one could understand. These aristocratic families had long lost the ability to bargain with him. Thinking back to Jin Buhui, Inu's expression sunk. Then, he laughed. He didn't expect that such a small person would make Zhong Shou so furious, like he had totally lost his mind. If he knew that this would happen, then why not let him live? It would be easier to threaten the Deqian ruler. He also didn't understand why Zhong Shou was such a person. He was an idiot, but he pretty much swept the cloud world. He was an ambitious person, but he acted on impulse. Inu couldn't help but shake his head. Actually, there is something that I don't understand. Did that Zhong Shou really come for Jin Buhui? For a friend, he took such a risk. Even if the De Qian falls and Song Xingdao falls, he doesn't care? That might not be the case. Your Majesty has the 12 copper men and the country's luck is rising. As long as you recruit enough Saint Realm venerables, you can sweep the 6 directions like the Qin dynasty. You can even send troops to the outer region and create great achievements. To Song Xingdao and the De Qian, now is when your Majesty is at your weakest. This is probably your last chance. Inu was deep in thought when he heard this. Actually, he had such a guess, which was why he asked. However, he still felt uneasy in his heart. Moreover, that Zhong Shou probably has some confidence. Does your Majesty know about the Qin Emperor tomb battle? At least 20 Saint Realm venerables from the aristocratic families of the 6 factions are still missing. When he said this, his eyes squinted. I suspect that most of them have something to do with Zhong Shou. Inu was even more confused. Even if the deaths of the Saint Realm venerables were related to Zhong Shou, they couldn't pose a threat to End Realm venerables. Li Bieshue didn't explain anymore and was in deep thought. Xian increasing law containing wings. Did Zhong Shou grasp that item? Or was that the reason why Song Xingdao and Xiuguan dared to invade the imperial city? Unfortunately, that day when Su Xiaoxiao killed herself, due to the dragon formation and the interference of the many End Realm venerables, he pretty much lost his sense of the tomb. Who knows what the details were, however, even if it was that item, it was okay. Everything in the world had a counter, and the 12 copper men that the Qin Emperor crafted should be the only thing in the cloud world that could suppress the Xian increasing law containing wings. As for this god treasure, he still had a chance to take it back. It has been confirmed. The news of Xiuguan's return was spread by De Qian Zhanghuai. Dowling vast habitat, Qin Xian sat cross-legged in the 1,000-soul lamp room, his eyes filled with confusion. What is this Zhong Shou planning? Could it be that the agreement to enter the capital in 7 days and take Inu's head was just a trick to deceive us? Actually, he didn't have such intentions. Zhong Shou is a man of his words and has never gone back on his words. Tai Wang Taoist Lord also didn't understand. From start to finish, this matter is really weird. Inu obtained the copper men, Li Bieshue became the Taishang Grand Teacher, Zhong Shou insisted on entering the city. Dragon swallowing situation, Overlord appearing, maybe there are some reasons that we don't know about. However, no matter what, if Zhong Shou enters the city, he will definitely die. The first few sentences were said with a doubtful tone. Only the last sentence was filled with decisiveness. Qin Xian didn't doubt it. He had personally experienced the strength of the 12 copper men 10,000 years ago. 3,000 Taoist sects. During that era they were nearly burned. I feel that this matter is a little weird. If Zhong Shou wasn't confident, he wouldn't have sent himself to death. If Li Bieshue knew that he couldn't beat him, he would have fled long ago. Things were a little off during the Qin Emperor tomb. Our Taoist faction lost 4 Saint Realm experts. Just as he spoke, Qin Xian's eyes suddenly turned cold as he grabbed towards the space outside of the vast habitat. In just a moment, a golden scroll appeared in his hand. Qin Xian didn't open it to take a close look because a few breaths later, Zhu Zi's illusionary body appeared within the lamp room. The Taishang Emperor ordered me to head to the imperial city in 4 days to defend Song Xingdao. Qin Xian and Tai Huang, what do the two of you think? Qin Xian didn't reply when he heard that, only a look of unhappiness flashed across his eyes. He had just gotten the 12 copper men and hadn't matured yet, but he was already ordering Saint Venerables around. What would happen in the future? With Li Bieshue's situation, he has to lay down the Yin Vein Spirit slaughtering formation to ensure that nothing goes wrong. The two of us don't dare to enter the city and can only wait outside. Zhu Zi, are you going to stop him or do you want to wait? Zhu Zi was at a loss and then slowly became firm. His Majesty has already made up his mind and I can't stop him. I can only advise him after the matter is over. Actually, if we can kill this evil demon, I am willing to work with the demon. Then let's wait outside the city and watch the death of Zhong Shou or Yin Yu." Qin Xian smiled, his eyes filled with a cold intent. He actually wanted to know what happened between Zhong Shou and Li Bieshue. However, at this moment, he could only wait. To be continued. Chapter 1199. Jinling City, East City Heaven Altar. Zhong Shou was in the middle. The three people beside him, Xiufu, Kong Rui, and Mingri Xian, formed a triangle and sat 1,000 feet away. Each of them held a spiritual seal, causing the entire altar to be covered in a layer of purple spiritual light. Occasionally, talismans would appear, giving off a mysterious feeling. Apart from that, there were two more people standing below the altar. One was Zhongshuan and the other was Zhang Huai. It was around dawn when Zhong Shou stood up facing the sun. At this moment, the Imperial Destruction True Scripture was floating in the air in front of him. He flipped to the second page, Imperial Celestial Slaying Records. At this moment, a silver blade shadow was formed within. It swam about in the diagram, its trajectory was really unpredictable. Outside of Jinling City, there were still 4 million troops below the city. Within the Yangtze River, there were tens of thousands of Taishang ships, their white sails covering the sky. Within 100 miles, it was filled with killing energy. It could be used as a food source for the Imperial Celestial Slaying Records to refine the Celestial Slaying Flying Knife. However, 7 days had passed and he was unable to swallow any more. Fortunately, during these few days, he used the battle to refine a Celestial Slaying Knife energy. He casually waved his sleeves and kept the Imperial Destruction True Scripture. Zhong Shou nodded toward Xiufu and Mingri Xian to express his gratitude. "Mr. Xiufu, Mr. Mingri, thank you. If not for the two of you, Zhong Shou wouldn't have been able to achieve what he wanted. It is just a small matter. Xiufu is doing this for himself." Xiufu shook his head. "Actually, this method is only useful on Li Bieshue. The purple blood mysterious spiritual sense is really exquisite, but it can only affect him. Since this person's death is related to His Majesty, then we just need to cover up everything related to His Majesty's future. Naturally, if we cover everything up, it will make people suspicious, so we need to control it. Therefore, the one His Majesty should be thanking was actually you. If it weren't for your divine art of measuring heaven, it would have been impossible to deceive Li Bieshue so easily." Mingri Xian stood up calmly and bowed to Zhong Shou. "Mr. Su, you flatter me. I don't dare to accept His Majesty's thanks." Mingri Xian had something to ask of His Majesty and De Qian, so it was natural for him to serve His Majesty. Furthermore, during these 4 days, it is Supervisor Kong who needs Mr.'s help. How can Mingri Xian shamelessly claim the credit? When Zhong Shou heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He was too lazy to listen to these two people's words of praise, and directly looked at Zhang Huai who was below the altar. He didn't say anything and only nodded slightly. His eyes were also filled with gratitude. What Xiufu and Mingri Xian did for him was to cover the secrets of the heavens and seal his sense of danger. What Zhang Huai did was to completely dispel Yin Yu and Li Bieshue's suspicions. If not, even if Yin Yu and Wushang Yuan Demon were confident in the 12 copper men, things might not have gone as he wished. Master was waiting in Xanadu. The rumors of Xiuguan's return filled in the last loophole. He looked at Mingri Xian whose expression wasn't that great. Killing intent flashed in Zhong Shaoxan's eyes. He knew that this person was still loyal to Yin Yu. This person was near the Taishang country and took the blood of hundreds of thousands of kids. This was something that he couldn't let go of. Although Xiufu and Yin Yu were responsible, this person was the main culprit. Logically speaking, The people who died were from the enemy country and had nothing to do with him as the Deqian ruler. However, every time he looked at this person, it was like a thorn had been stabbed into his eyes. Unfortunately, Xiufu protected this person so tightly that he was suppressed by Xiufu and didn't do anything. This made it hard for him to attack. As for Xiufu, he also had a knot in his heart because of this. He could accept Mingri Xian as his subject, but he definitely couldn't accept Xiufu, which was why he only made a 100-year agreement. The latter seemed to know what Zhong Shoxin was thinking and didn't mention anything about working for Zhong Shou and using the Deqian country fate to cultivate. Zhong Xuan lowered his head to show that he sensed something. Zhong Shou sighed. He wasn't a person who could take it all in and couldn't even act on the surface. He also couldn't accept such a person as his subordinate. He retracted his gaze. Zhong Shou's expression turned serious as he looked towards the west. His eyes were filled with sadness. When he sensed with his mind, he could sense that there were two powerful and unfathomable auras in the void outside the region. Long Ying and Xian Shuang had already rushed to the celestial world. At this moment, the only end realm in charge of the common people's vast habitat were Wei Su and Yuan Jing. At this moment, the two of them were already here. The God-refined sword buzzed and vibrated beside him. It had already started to form a basic spiritual channel cycle with the other 6 sword. Yuan Jing first used a ball of mist that hadn't dissipated in the morning to appear. She smiled, but her eyes were solemn and cold. Zhong Shou, I have already gone all out for this battle, Song Xingdao. If we win, we can take revenge for Shi Zi's death. If we lose, Song Xingdao will have no place in the cloud world. You need to be really careful. There is no reason to lose. Zhong Shou said decisively. His face was as cold as ice. However, even Tai Qinghua was invited out. Senior Master isn't afraid that the common people's vast habitat will be broken through. Since you are so confident, then how can your senior brother Wei Su and I not go all out? Yuan Jing laughed out loud. They say that even a lion will go all out when hunting a rabbit. Moreover, what we are trying to kill isn't a rabbit but an undying demon. How can we give up so little? That is the theory. Wei Su's voice continued. Similarly, he used the water mist spiritual energy to reveal himself. Might Song Shengdao's legacy lies in the person and not in the land. As long as the person is there, so what if the common people's vast habitat is wiped out? Speaking of which, the Kenzo sect is even more decisive than Song Shengdao, sending out all their Saint Realm experts. A heaven extinction earth destruction fulling sword formation in just 4 hours can be set up in the Imperial City. We don't have much time. Why not we make a move now? Zhong Shou didn't reply, turning around and looking at Xiufu. The latter didn't hesitate and directly said, In the past, to capture Yin Yu, I have made some arrangements in the Imperial City. I will make a move first and wait for your Majesty to arrive. The moment he said this, he grabbed Zhongshuan. Then, the two of them directly turned into smoke in front of everyone. However, he was also worried that if he left Zhongshuan here alone, he would be killed by Zhong Shou. Then, Wei Su and Yuanjing's spiritual senses also dissipated. They turned back into mist and dissipated in the air. Only Wei Su's lingering voice lingered in the air. 4 hours later, I will see you in the Imperial City. Zhong Shou wanted to step into the air, but Mingri Xian suddenly spoke. Your Majesty, why not I join in? Zhong Shou turned around with a weird expression. He didn't even invite Aoi to join in today's battle because it was too dangerous. If it wasn't like the common people's 7 swords who formed up to fight, they wouldn't even have the ability to protect themselves. Mingri Xian said, My heaven-measuring fate-controlling technique has the ability to protect my life. I might be able to help your Majesty. Moreover, what is there to fear about a peak Saint Realm Li Bieshu? Zhong Shou thought about it and didn't reject. He stepped into the air, his back facing the sun. He turned into a thread of light that shot towards the west. Chapter 1200. He used the unlimited beginning and end movement technique and the Xian increasing law containing wings to buff him. Zhong Shou's movement speed in the cloud world was no weaker than that of end realm cultivators. However, his celestial power was limited and his stamina was far weaker. However, if he only used 40% of his speed, he would turn into light and travel. Instead, he could use the light and spiritual energy to replenish his movement technique. His body didn't suffer any losses at all. This was why 4 hours later, when Zhong Shou arrived in the Imperial City, he was still filled with vital energy. Looking from a distance of 50 kilometers away, the aura within the capital of the Shang dynasty was still peaceful, and it seemed no different from usual. There was only a layer of black mist that covered the sky. Zhong Shou looked expressionlessly and continued forwards. However, before he got close, a person blocked in front of him. He was around 20 years old and his face was really solemn. Shiyue. Zhong Shou stopped and looked coldly at the person in front of him. Are you going to stop me? Shiyue had a complicated expression and laughed bitterly. I don't know what choice I should make. Between you and Yin, no matter who dies, all lives will be wiped out. Since the Dark World Demon Court has already acted, the other alien races would do the same too. It won't be long before they attack the Cloud World. However, our Cloud World is still having internal conflict. How many Saint Realm experts died in just one Qin Emperor tomb? At this moment, the Taishang de Qian should be on good terms with one another. If we start a war recklessly, we will only benefit the fishermen. Zhong Shou's face was cold and he didn't reply. He stood with his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with disdain. If I remember correctly, your father is leading 4 million troops. He is sieging our newly built pass. Then, Jinling City was also in imminent danger? Why don't you say these words to Yin? Shiyue frowned and his eyes were filled with awkwardness. The Taishang was indeed the one who started the war. His father Shi Qianli was the commander of the Shang ruler. Speaking of which, he really didn't have any power to say these words. However, Shiyue was not discouraged. My emperor was just muddle-headed for a moment. He didn't know how strong the outsiders were, which is why he started this war. Actually, as long as the Night Demon race truly invaded the Cloud World, he would recognize reality. When that happens, they will naturally choose to join forces with De Qian. Zhong Shou was stunned. He looked at Shi Yu and said, Are you saying that you want me to give up on the Tianfeng earthly world? Forcing Yin to join forces with me? Sure enough, he lived up to his name as the person in his memory. However, there were many times when they were extremely ruthless and unscrupulous. Shiyue avoided the question and bowed deeply. The Dark Knight Demon Court has 10 Jiddu ministers and 2 million Dao soldiers. This is definitely not something the De Qian country can handle. Even if your majesty wins this battle, the rest of the non-human races will follow suit. To defend against the enemy and not let the flames of war spread, they had to unify the strength of the entire Cloud World, the 2 countries and 6 factions. For the big picture of the Cloud World, please bear with it. Moreover, there is no need for your majesty to take such a risk today, it isn't worth it. Big picture. Zhong Shou smiled, the mocking intent in his eyes became thicker. In my eyes, only the weak will care about the big picture. Even if Yin doesn't care, I won't care either. Whether the central cloud continent is in chaos or not, what does that have to do with me? As for the Dark Demon Court and the Celestial World, there is no need to worry about them. Even if my De Qian country is wiped out, I won't let the Night Demon army take a step forward. While he spoke, Zhong Shou walked past Shiyue. Killing intent gathered and intertwined with one another. However, when the two of them crossed paths, Shiyue didn't move. Shiyue didn't attack. Zhong Shou squinted and a bright glow appeared in his eyes. Son of Heaven Sword, Great Qin's son of Heaven Sword. So, this item fell into the hands of this person. Then, who got the Shanhe pearl? Since it was this sword, then even if he had the wings in his hands, this person would still have some ability to fight him. As expected, he was one of the few people with the most luck in this era. A series of thoughts flashed across Zhong Shou's mind. Then, he stopped in his tracks and said calmly, Zhong Shou is really grateful for the Jin Buhui matter. However, today, whoever tries to stop me is my enemy. Even if the Saint Venerables come, I will pull out my sword and kill them. You are no exception. Sure you let out a sigh from behind. Then, his aura slowly faded without a trace. My emperor is getting familiar with the control of the 12 copper men. Li Bieshue has also laid out the Vein spirit slaughtering formation within the city. Anyway, your majesty, take care of yourself. When he said this, Zhong Shou couldn't sense any traces of Shuyue. Zhong Shou didn't care, directly crossing the 50 miles of sky. He came to the east of the imperial city, in front of the Xianhua Gate. He raised his head and looked at the head of Jin Buhui hanging on the city wall. At this moment, there were still many people coming and going from the city gate. It was a hubbub of voices. Perhaps it was because it had already been a month, but not many people cared about it. However, there were still people who scolded and cursed out. Some of the bolder ones would throw rotten vegetable leaves at the top of the city wall. The Taishang troops here didn't scold or stop them. Instead, most of them were laughing and gloating as they looked on. Zhong Shou thought back to the past and felt really sad and desolate. Back then, who would have thought that the greedy, optimistic, and loyal little fatty would end up in such a state? He directly reached out and grabbed. A purple light flew towards the head on the city wall. Jin Buhui's head was already rotten, and there was no point in taking it back. Zhong Shou directly took his soul. Inside, there were heavy seals laid out by the spirit masters of the Taishang. However, to Zhong Shou, he was able to break it with no effort at all. At this moment, the Taishang soldiers at the city gate all noticed that something wasn't right. Their expressions were filled with shock as they all pulled out their weapons. Who are you? At this moment, our Taishang is a wanted criminal and his head needs to be hung for 100 years. If you want to take his corpse, it is the same as rebelling. One of the general-like people came over first. However, before he arrived, his entire head suddenly exploded, his flesh and blood turning into dust. Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother with these people. At this moment, the rage that he had gathered during these 7 days once again surged into his chest. He decided to spread out his spiritual sense, his aura spreading out for 100 miles. It caused the spiritual energy at the city gate to explode and energy to spread all about. The vast spiritual sense directly caused the passers-by to panic, not knowing what to do. Those livestock and cloud-stepping foals all knelt down, their bodies trembling. The entire imperial city was filled with alarms. The soldiers at the city gate were all unable to move. Their bodies went soft, blood seeping out of their noses and mouth. However, on the city wall, there were still people who opened the mechanism and slowly lowered the 10,000-kilogram gate. Zhong Shou was too lazy to bother. With a thought, he caused Jin Buhui's soul to appear in front of him. He was still chubby, similar to how he looked when he was alive. However, he was in a slightly bad state. With this fellow's spirit realm cultivation, after his physical body was slashed, he couldn't even maintain his soul body. He could only rely on Zhong Shou. Moreover, he seemed to be enduring the pain of this mechanism, causing his mind to be in a blurry state. He didn't even notice that Zhong Shou had arrived. His situation was also weird. Soul-killing punishment? Zhong Shou's expression changed. Even if he knew about it, his heart still twitched. Back then, Inu's decree was to carry out the soul-sucking punishment every 7 days. However, it could cause Jin Buhui to be in pain every day, unable to free himself. Only on the last 7 days could he maintain his consciousness and breathe. After a full month, he didn't lose his mind because of his strong will. He immediately took out a spiritual liquid and flicked it into Jean Bouhuet's body. It caused the latter to break free from the pain and wake up. He looked around in confusion and then focused on Zhong Shou. He instantly understood and smiled. A few days ago, my master said that you would personally come to the Imperial City to take back my corpse and take Yinyu's life. As expected, you came. Zhong Shou kept silent. He had the life and death serious and the ability of the life and death mystery change. He just needed a bit of flesh and blood, a bit of soul to revive him. However, Jean Bouhuet's current situation was one that he couldn't do anything about. Although his soul was still complete, it was tortured until it was broken. Why are you doing this? Sighing, Zhong Shou's tone was filled with a mocking intent. It was also extremely cold and stiff, filled with annoyance that he didn't meet expectations. He knew that he was in a bad situation and knew that Yinyu wouldn't listen to him. He didn't obediently wait in the jail and instead spouted nonsense. What an idiot, extremely stupid. There are things that a man shouldn't do and also things that he must do. There are also words, asterisk, 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 asterisk. When I was young, I was trained. Jean Bouhuet said righteously. Zhong Shou stared coldly and slowly couldn't continue. He could only laugh awkwardly. I was bored in the jail, so I could only criticize the situation. I also said that I was addicted to it and couldn't control my tongue. Who knew that Yinyu would really get the 12 copper men back? If I knew, I wouldn't have opened my mouth even if I was beaten to death. If the ruler treats his subjects like brothers, then the subjects will treat the ruler as their heart. If the ruler treats subjects like dirt, then the subjects will treat the ruler as their enemy. Since that Yinyu doesn't care about me, then I am too lazy to care about the life and death of the Taishang. His tone was filled with resentment, like he regretted his actions. Zhong Shou didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking that this was the Jean Bouhuet in his impression. Following which he heard Jean Bouhuet mutter, however, Zhong Shou, you don't know the pain of the Taishang people. In the short 3 years that I worked in the Taishang, the number of refugees outside the Imperial City has increased by the day and has exceeded 7 million. I was demoted to a county magistrate to rule 100 miles of land. There are 100,000 people there and they can't breathe. The spiritual wave is rising and the land is fertile, but they can't even feed themselves. It would be okay if the world was peaceful, but once war breaks out, there will be numerous people who will have their families destroyed. Zhong Shou kept silent once more, thinking to himself that this was the reason why Jean Bouhuet risked his life to write letters to advise him, following which he laughed coldly and swept the people around. Then, what about now? You have been seen by that Yinyu as a traitor of the country. Not only will you be cut at the waist, your soul will be destroyed and you won't be able to revive. These people that you love also hate you to the bone and are being despised by millions. Is this worth it? Chapter 1201. Then, what about now? You have been seen by Yinyu as a traitor of the country. Not only will you be killed, but your soul will be destroyed. You won't even be able to revive. The people that you love also hate you to the bone and are being despised by millions. Is that worth it? Jean Bouhuet was at a loss once more, following which he laughed and shook his head. Since I have done it, why should I regret it? I have a clear conscience. As for what other people think, it has nothing to do with me. I am not a true Confucian scholar, so why should I care about my reputation? Zhong Shou was startled, and then he was speechless. Since this fellow didn't care about him, then what else could he say? However, Jean Bouhuet saw through the reason why Donglin's south wind was prospering and the people were rich. It was built on the foundation of stealing the riches of the cloud world. Through trade, they stole the riches of the 5 continents and 12 islands. At this moment, De Chien wasn't prepared to unify the cloud world. Once they swallowed the entire central cloud continent, De Chien's financial burden would increase by 100-fold, and the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. The various sects and aristocratic families were things that De Chien had no way to suppress and wipe out. While swallowing the Taishang, it would also merge these poisonous tumors into it. Before this, the country policy that Zhang Huai gave him was to occupy all the rich lands in the world, and after recovering Jiangnan's strength, he would think about other lands. Jin Buhui knew that if the Taishang was in chaos, Zhong Shou would stand aside and not do anything, which was why he wanted to persuade Yin. However, the situation had reached such a stage, so there was no point in saying all this. Sighing, Zhong Shou was filled with melancholy. Today, the Taishang is about to die. Do you still want to stop me? Do you really have the confidence to kill Yin? Jin Buhui had a weird expression on his face, following which he didn't care. Up to you. Until now, Yin had not thought about recuperating and building up strength. With the 12 copper men, he became more decisive, going all out to clean out the corrupt officials. However, the Taishang's foundation had already decayed. Although it was effective for the time being, it would only take a few years before it would be restored to its original state. If he used too much force, the aristocratic families might not even realize it. If this continued, they would definitely be wiped out within a few years. In the end, the world was still going to be in chaos. His illness was beyond cure, and there was no way to save him. It's better to die early than late. That's good. You and I are brothers, so we can't possibly disagree and fight each other in the end. Zhong Shou forced a smile, his expression as calm as possible. I have the life and death serious flower here, which can revive you. However, you will not be able to cultivate for the rest of your life. The other method was to protect you into the cycle of reincarnation. Even if the memories of this life were erased, the spirit root would not be destroyed. In the next life, the spirit root would still be able to pursue the great Tao of longevity. Which one do you choose? Jin Buhui's soul body shook slightly as he looked at Zhong Shou in a daze. After a short while, he smiled bitterly. The second one. In my next life, I won't be a lowly official anymore. Cultivate diligently and live a long life in the future. That is the most important thing. He said with a bitter tone, however, before this, I want your majesty to help me fulfill a wish of mine. Zhong Shou's eyes opened wide. Then, he nodded, I promise you, at most, in 10 years, I will sweep the 6 directions, so that the people of the cloud world won't suffer from hunger. The pain of war will cause the chaos in this world to end. Before his words landed, a satisfied expression appeared on Jin Buhui's face. He smiled. A month ago, that Yin hung my head here. He said that he wanted me to personally witness whether the Taishang would rise or fall in a few years. It seems like I won't be able to do that. His voice became weaker and weaker. Zhong Shou knew that this was the repercussions of the soul sucking punishment from before. His foundations were already hurt, and to have the strength to say such words to him was already the limit of what Jin Buhui could do. He also knew that Jin Buhui's soul was broken like a broken sack. Unless he found something to place his soul in, he wouldn't be able to keep it for long. After a period of time, it would naturally dissipate. Even an end-realm saint venerable could only delay the time. However, if he placed his soul in it, he would miss out on his reincarnation cycle. He waved his sleeves and kept Jin Buhui's soul into his sleeve. He used energy to protect it. Even if he reincarnated, he had to kill Yin and Zhuoxin, the 2 main culprits. At this moment, Zhong Shou's heart was filled with sadness. His long and narrow eyes were red. A buzzing sound rang out. With a buzz, Zhong Shou reached out and grabbed the god-refined sword in his hand. He looked at the tightly shut city gates and the 10,000-kilogram iron gate. He wasn't angry but laughed instead. A clear roar reverberated around, spreading hundreds of miles and covering the entire imperial city. I've come here today to take Inu's life. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. A purple sword light followed the voice and slashed at the city gate. Immediately there was a loud boom. The ground trembled slightly for a moment. Where the sword light passed, it was unstoppable. It directly pierced through the defensive spiritual formation and slashed a hole in the 500,000-kilogram iron gate. The entire city gate was split into two. At this moment, the commoners who were preparing to enter and exit the city all rolled and crawled away. However, on the streets behind the city gates, there were thousands of neatly dressed soldiers who were running towards the city gate. They were swept by the remaining strength of the sword, and instantly their flesh and blood scattered. A small half of the Taishang soldiers were wiped out by the sword light. There was also a 1,000-foot-deep sword mark on the ground. However, the imperial city's city protection spiritual formation was indeed extraordinary. After it was slashed open, in just a moment, it recovered back to normal. However, it definitely couldn't stop Zhong Shou. The Star Dragon Pearl had scattered into the city along with the sword light. With just a flash, he broke through space. He entered the Imperial City. He directly ignored everything else and walked towards the Imperial City. He was neither fast nor slow, like he was taking a stroll. It was like he was afraid that the Imperial City's troops and Celestial Realm helpers weren't prepared. However, at this moment the entire city was silent. Zhong Shou walked over with no one stopping him at all. Only when the Fenghua Palace was in sight did he stop. Only then did Zhong Shou hear the sound of iron hoof. Tens of thousands of cavalry galloped over along the imperial path. First, there were a few generals, and one of them rose up from the ground. That spear gathered the aura of tens of thousands of cavalry and actually looked like those cavalry generals in the Qin Emperor tomb. It was really sharp, directly climbing to the Saint Realm as it charged over. Enemy country chieftain, how dare you invade my imperial city? Kill. Zhong Shou didn't even bother to look at that person. A silver light flung out from his sleeves. He shot out 10,000 feet and then left a trail of blood in the air. It caused the sky full of spear shadows to scatter and be unable to continue. That spear-wielding general fell to the ground with a numb expression on his face. There was a finger-wide hole at the center of his brows. The excitement in his eyes slowly dissipated. In the end, the silver light pinned into the green stone ground with a thud. It was a small silver knife that didn't pierce into the ground. It was obvious that Zhong Shou used the right amount of strength, not a bit more nor a bit less. During the battle in the underground palace, only 3 of the mother and child falling leaf knives were left. However, with the wings and the 6-god defensive knife technique, even a magical treasure-grade flying knife that was nurtured for 4 days had the ability to kill this general. Chapter 1202. The moment this spear-wielding general died, the aura of the tens of thousands of cavalry stopped. The cavalry generals at the front, who were originally eager to give it a try, all had shock in their eyes. They hesitated and didn't dare to attack. Just at this moment, numerous wooden vines and golden threads rose up from the ground. Like demons dancing, they wrapped towards Zhong Shou, who was in the air. The air in the entire space suddenly became viscous, almost completely confined. Zhong Shou still didn't even take a look, casually waving his sleeves. Another 2 silver blade lights chased where the spells came from and flew into the air. In the next moment, 30 miles away, 2 spirit masters who were standing on their respective spell altars had a streak of blood explode out from their brows. Their eyes were totally lifeless as they fell backward. A silver light flashed, and with a duo sound, the thin silver blade pinned onto the spell altar. The 2 spells were interrupted at the most crucial moment. The spiritual energy went out of control and swiftly spread all around. The dozens of spirit masters who were buffing around the spell altars all had blood seeping out of their mouths, and their faces were ashen white. What flying knife technique is that? God Realm Spirit Master who is 30 miles away can actually kill with one knife? He dies when the knife reaches him? How is that possible? Is that the legendary 6-God defensive knife technique? How can it be so strong? How strong? As expected from the name of Blood Sword Monster Lord. Numerous discussions broke out in the various secret areas of the Imperial City. There were different opinions, but the atmosphere was really heavy. However, he is a little too confident, even with an End Realm Saint Venerable protecting him. Even if he has an Saint Expert, to charge into the Imperial City alone is just asking to die. Cloud Desolate Sheen, how can the 12 copper men be fake? The in-vain spirit slaughtering of the demon sect isn't a small matter. He still has time to retreat. Once he enters the palace, his life and death will be uncertain. He knew that Yin Yu and Wushang Yuan Demon would set up a killing trap within the Fenghua Palace. However, he still came as promised. This Blood Sword Monster Lord not only doesn't break his promises, but he is also really bold. It's this flying knife again. Before the gates of the Fenghua Palace, another silver saber light flew out from Zhong Shou's sleeve. He stabbed the forehead of another cavalry general who attacked from behind with a knife. Then, a purple sword light rose up. In a circle, the crossbows and arrows that were shot angrily from all directions were all deflected. Under the control of Zhong Shou, they formed a huge wave of arrows and rushed towards the palace gate. Hundreds of thousands of them blotted out the sky. However, when he was 10 feet away, he was forcefully stopped. An invisible barrier blocked all of the arrows outside. However, what followed was a purple sword light. It was as if it had flown in from the heavens, carrying with it a sharp aura that would not return until it was broken. It was like a sword cutting rotten wood and a knife cutting butter. With a light crackling sound, the spiritual barrier was slashed open. It also affected the walls of the palace. The vast sword energy directly smashed the 1,000 feet wide palace gate into smithereens. Only then did the remaining 2 cavalry generals start to get anxious. The 3 of them were the generals of the guard's army. If they didn't do anything and looked on as Zhong Shou walked into the Fenghua Palace so openly without any obstructions, they wouldn't be able to do anything. At that time, no matter what the reason was, they would definitely be held accountable. Pretty much at the same time, the 3 of them rode their horses and attacked at the same time. One of them was in the middle and attacked Zhong Shou's back. The other 2 attacked from the left and right to pincer Zhong Shou. At this moment, from all around there were more spells flying over from the sky. They were either restricting or directly attacking. Zhong Shou didn't bother about those spells, directly tossing out 2 more silver saber shadows from his sleeves. The generals behind and to the left were all stunned and weren't able to react. At the center of their brows, a blood-colored hole appeared. Their eyes were filled with confusion, like they were finding it weird that Zhong Shou wasn't restricted by those white celestial spells. At this moment, beneath Zhong Shou's feet, a black light that one couldn't see the bottom of appeared. It spread out like a ripple and spread in all directions. Within 10,000 feet, all the spiritual energy was absorbed. It was all swallowed. Naturally, those spells either disintegrated or were devoured by the black light. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. The One Origin sword flew out of Zhong Shou's soul ocean and out of the cloud. With just a light sweep, it sliced off the head of the last cavalry general. At the same time, hundreds of white flying swords buzzed and spread out in all directions. The 10 extreme Imperial Dao Destruction sword formation was laid out in just a moment. The sword energy slashed out in all directions. It caused blood light to scatter all over the long street. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Great Shang's Imperial Knights were sliced into pieces. More white sword shadows spread out and spread out, like it was about to swallow up the tens of thousands of cavalry. Preposterous! Along with this scolding, there was a loud explosion in the air above the Imperial path. It was unknown who made the move, but a huge fist print appeared on the ground out of nowhere. Those dragon-tooth Imperial Tao destruction swords were all forcefully pushed aside and scattered. The sword formation broke apart. A vast aura locked onto Zhong Shou from afar. Inside the Fenghua Palace, a total of 7 powerful spiritual wills that were no weaker than his were sent out. At this moment, there was an uproar all around the imperial capital. It is Saint Realm Venerables. Didn't the 6 factions agree that Saint Realm End Realm experts couldn't attack? Wushang Yuan Demon Li Bieshua has already become the Taishang Grand Teacher. The agreement between the various religions 10,000 years ago only exists in name. It was an agreement, so how would those few sides be willing? A month ago, dozens of Saint Realm experts entered the Qin Emperor tomb. Who knows what happened, and they are still nowhere to be found. Since Saint Realm experts attacked, even if this Zhong Shou has the ability to fight them, he won't be able to fight them. They are probably in a bad state. They are said to be invincible in the cloud world, but they are only below the End Realm. After all, this place isn't within Deqian territory, and we can't use King Path martial arts. However, these voices stopped abruptly in just a 300,000th of an instant. Zhong Shou waved his sleeves. Another silver light flashed. It was totally different from the flying knife from before. It was much quicker, a full 10 times faster. It was also much more flexible. Its trajectory was really weird and unpredictable, making it hard for one to predict. When the voices of the people in the dark quieted down for a moment, a voice rang out. This knife had already crossed 20 miles of space. It pierced into the Fenghua Palace. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. It was still a flat voice. There was a low thud within the Hanyan Palace, and then there was no more sound. Zhong Shou continued forwards, stepping into the Fenghua Palace that he had slashed open. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was deathly silent. The people in the city were still hiding in their houses in fear, not daring to make any movements. The disciples of the aristocratic families and the people of the various sects who were watching from the shadows were also deathly silent. Saint Realm Venerable, was he killed by Zhong Shou in one knife? What was going on? Unfortunately, there was a formation blocking and they couldn't see what was going on within the palace, so they didn't know what happened to that Saint Realm expert. However, his aura had totally disappeared after that knife. That was the truth. God Realm cultivators had no way to fight back. At least intermediate Saint Realm Venerables were killed in one knife. What level did Zhong Shou's strength reach? Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. At this moment, no one dared to mock him. As for those with even higher cultivations, their expressions became even more serious. They were able to see even more. Pretty much at the same time, Inu was in his reading room. He crushed the teacup in his hand. His expression was really ugly. He spent a lot of effort to invite that Saint Realm expert over from the outer region. Before this, he was prepared to suppress Zhong Shou's arrogance before he entered the palace. However, he didn't expect that such an outcome would occur. Even if he couldn't personally see it, he could sense that the soul of that Saint Realm expert had dissipated on an altar several miles away, leaving only his immortal body. At this moment, within the reading room, the eyes of the other 2 Saint Realm experts were filled with shock and shock. Luckily, the 2 of them weren't the ones who attacked. If not, who knows what would have happened. Inu only had 4 Saint Realm experts under him. Along with the Demon Path and the aristocratic families, there were only 14. However, before Zhong Shou entered the palace, one of them had already died. Such a flying knife technique is close to Supreme Grade 13. That Gone Emperor only used a magical treasure grade flying knife. What if he used a celestial artifact flying knife? Your Majesty, please use the 12 copper men. This kid's aura is too strong today. If God blocks him, he will kill all of them. If this goes on, no one will dare to fight him. Within the reading room, only Wushang Yuan Demon didn't do anything. He was deep in thought. As expected, the wings were grasped by Zhong Shou. The flying knife technique that Zhong Shou used was buffed, which was why it had the strength of a supreme grade 13 ability. He really didn't know what method was used to make Zhong Shou awaken the artifact spirit of the wings. Did he have other fortuitous encounters in the Qin Emperor tomb? Or did he ask Xiuguan to forcefully awaken it? However, it was different from what he expected. Shouldn't such a god artifact be in Xiuguan's hands? Only this person who was close to half a step true realm could cut down its strength. If Zhong Shou grasped it, his strength would only be comparable to half a step end realm cultivator. From the start of the battle till now, Song Xingdao and the other Saint Venerables still hadn't appeared. Inu frowned, thinking about what he meant. He was prepared to wait for those few end realms to attack before he activated the 12 copper men to kill them all. To wipe out a huge problem at once. However, the strength that Zhong Shou displayed was too surprising. Was the person who caused the 20 Saint Realm experts to go missing really killed by Zhong Shou? He instantly shook his head and tossed aside those thoughts. Whether or not it was true, it didn't matter anymore. After today, either Zhong Shou would die in the Fenghua Palace, or Inu would be killed by that kid. There were no other possibilities. However, at this moment, he wasn't forced to use the copper men. He got up from the throne, and Inu bowed towards Li Bieshue. This kid is too arrogant. Grand Teacher, please help suppress his arrogance. Li Bieshue smiled and didn't reply. With a flash, he was above the 99-story tower. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.